days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts. This is not a warning, this is not a test. I'm tuning on you and I'm coming for the rest. And I'm about to ignite, just try to play it cool. Echoes in my head like deja vu. try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. My nights are empty, missing you every day. I wish that you'd come back to me. It was every weekend, bringing me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, many, Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Recharged, all out for spring split. Euphoria, I can start to feel it. It's time, at least he's gonna give me what I want. I wanna watch PGL and Ready Check 2. I wanna vote on Twitter and talk about who threw. I wanna flame on Reddit and tweet how I always knew. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Betty, Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. Now here comes the new year, new teams and players too. Now here comes the new year, lost some but that's alright. Now here comes the new year, we're getting ready for a long fight. I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Betty, Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats sold. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, like that, like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when it never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relay, walking down this road. I rode late, yeah, the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break, but the crowd is full. Get it.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Half and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. A star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC.
Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that VIT.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate! They take it all! Koreans just blew out of blow G2 apart! He runs in there with that one, he kills it! Oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Riot Games arena for the lower round one. We're still in round one, we're still in elimination games today. And guys, welcome back here.
Thank you.
Lovely seeing you.
Thank you.
Exciting stuff. Yeah.
I'm super excited. Today we have GX versus Vitality, Nako MVP in our heart, wasn't on the Rift, you know, last week. But for sure we're gonna see more from today. But it's super exciting matchup. I'm super
exciting
hyped.
matchup. And yesterday was exciting as well. Yesterday was weird. I gotta say.
It was like super weird because Navi came in and it felt like they took 2 games to really connect to the game. Yeah. It was like, I mean, they were away for 27 days, right? So it was a little bit of jitters, but I mean, Casey looked convincing.
28 days they were away.
20, okay. I mean,
they didn't really showcase it.
Like,
it felt like KC, for me, it felt like KC won 3 games and they lost 1 game. It wasn't really Navi ever being in the driver's seat. They never really took control of the game. It felt very clear that KC was the better team. When I was watching this series, it just felt like we have a very clear top 3 in our league, and the only question that's really on my mind is, can Vitality break into that? Because otherwise, I don't think there's any real competition in our league.
I mean, definitely Vitality is one of the teams to watch. I mean, I do think that matchup today is so interesting just because I don't think it's quite as clear-cut as some people think, but I mean, yesterday really was the stomp. Like, that's just the only way to say it.
Yeah, and they were looking for that gold lead. They had it
if you zoom in,
for a good 10 seconds.
If you zoom in at 80x, you will see the one time they had gold lead, which is a crazy thing to say, given that they even won 1 game. Even when they won, they were behind. But that just shows, again, how dominant KC is and how this is the level that the teams that we're having today with GX and Vitality, they need to reach to contend to make into that top 4.
And it's difficult for a team who hadn't been playing for ages, but also was playing their very first best of 5 in the history of the organization for these 5 players playing together. I'm still excited about Navi when we're going to see them in
I mean, it's a young team. We're going to have to see how they develop. Like, for sure, this Navi team is looking towards the summer because they need all that experience to get to really like see how far they can actually go.
Now, I saw that you guys were really excited to talk about today's matchup. It's going to be Vitality versus GX, and I gotta say, I have no clue who's going to take it. Given the last time we saw GX on stage, they looked actually pretty good in Madrid. So I want you guys to vote in chat, actually, who do you think is going to win, Vitality or GX? You have 5 minutes for the vote to stay open here. We're going to talk about it at the end of pre-show, and I might take some of your reactions, even, if they're broadcastable. But you guys, where do we even start here? You had the first one saying that Naknako was MVP. How much can that help, though? Because top lane, there's only so much you can do, right? You can't salvage everything.
Okay, there is so much you can do, but we saw what he did for the whole split. Now I have 2 Heathens next to me because I'm sure that they're ready to jump at the fact that, you know, all it takes is one series to underperform and all of a sudden you're just a lousy top lane. It doesn't matter what you did for the whole split. But now, look at him. He's just aura farming. In the context of today, he is my man to watch on Vitality. And even though, sure, he had one bad series when it comes to facing MKOI, that just happens every once in a while. But realistically, the talent is there, and one series will not erase the skill that this man has.
I think Vitality are the clear favorites coming in today. I mean, we've seen Naknako, we've seen him perform all split, and we've seen Vitality do the same. You can't just, they have one bad best of 5 and suddenly they're not a good team anymore. I don't believe in that. I believe in the consistency that they've shown throughout the whole year.
Look at that. Goal difference at 14 when his KDA is god-awful is still ahead.
Wow, you guys are coping real hard the fact that Naknako just entered last weekend. You guys just can't accept that he actually might not be the promised one.
Okay.
Look. First of all, Georgia Pure was robbed. Georgia Pure should have been MVP. I think we all agree on that.
He's not
We're
even
not
playing
getting
today.
into it again. We're not getting into it again.
First of all. Second of all, he looked. This was his stats against Mirwin. Mirwin is not one of our strongest top laners. You gotta perform a little bit better going up against Mirwin. I think he put Lot and Mirwin in the same discussion. If he's gonna bring the same gameplay he brought in playoffs so far against Lot, I don't think it's going to look that good. Speaking about Vitality performance in playoffs, let me just bring up the Scroll of Truth.
Okay, what is this?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
What the hell do you
Jack,
have there?
you might think, hold your thought, you might think this is your match history, Jack, in solo queue, but it's actually not. This is Vitality's combined playoff performances. Now, as you see, not a great track record. Not a great track record. And this is the team you're putting your faith in.
Of times.
Bro, you're really doing that dirty.
You're really going for the one where they're top 3? Okay, good job. But this is their track record throughout all of LEC. Truth of the matter is that Vitality never really makes it far in playoffs, Jack.
And does Giant X?
Giant X
No, they don't.
I mean, last time Giant X were in playoffs, they finished further than Vitality.
Okay.
To be honest, you brought receipt, and I respect this.
This is
it
just the
doesn't look
facts.
good, but I want to point out the fact that even their coaching staff last week said that they didn't go on the right foot. The games didn't look as good as they were expecting, and you know, thinking of Vitality, I was really hyped for them on social media, and even the fans were telling me, yeah, but Law, hold off. We know that regular season usually goes well. It's in playoffs that things usually falter. And I think about the games they had last week, they had that one right.
Well, Pat is right. The drafts were rough. And we already saw it once in regular season. And Pat, honestly, he's a smart guy. He failed one time in regular season. He failed one time in playoffs. Fool me once, fool me twice. But now it's attempt number 3. And they're playing against GX over here. But take that off.
You can't even pull it off of me. It's so firm.
Fine.
Nice try,
But surely we're going to see adaptations when it comes to Vitality because they're playing against GX. It's going to be a lot easier when it comes to their performance.
Yeah? Well, I actually want to
GX
know...
ain't no MDK.
I want to know what the...
Sure,
MDK? What? No, okay, never mind. I don't care about this. I care about what the coach from GX has to say, actually, as Jack caught up with him ahead of the series. Let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Lore, here standing with me, Gyota. I wanted to ask you, last weekend, we saw Vitality pretty much get dumpstered by MKOI. And I'm assuming you and the whole team were watching since that was going to be your opponent. Were there any things that you kind of took from that series that you thought were like weaknesses from Vitality that you could exploit?
I mean, I think a lot of the things that they did, we noticed as well that they changed. For example, they chose 3 times be on second pick, and this time they chose first pick. But overall, it felt like Flashy was a bit less around mid, and that their jungle support were a bit more uncoordinated, trying to defend more plays than actually play their own. But other than that, I think it's also like MKOI is a team that picks up very fast on mistakes that you do in the game more than you as a team. And it's just up to us to pick up on those mistakes and try to penalize in a similar way that KOI did.
Try to replicate the MKOI success. I also wanted to ask you, you made a tweet 42 days ago since you guys were last playing in the studio. What do you think?
I think the tweet is self-explanatory. I think this schedule doesn't make any sense and it's very unhealthy. I think that we were one of the teams that suffered the most, but we were not the only ones. I remember Navi yesterday was also in a similar part, and not sure if it's only related to road shows or some teams being able to skip week 1 because of a certain boot camp in Korea and stuff like this. But for sure, this schedule and this split was not normal and should not be the norm going forward.
How do you think it affects the team and practice? Do you think the players feel more rusty, the fact that they haven't been playing, or is it just kind of you lose that routine that you normally have?
I think it's most of the routine. It's, I mean, and this can also just be my fault, right? But from my experience, it's harder to keep a competitive mind with so many days of practice without competition. It's also very different to play in a road show than to play here in Berlin. The preparation is different. But overall, it's kind of coming as a surprise. There's no really confirmation of how you're doing during the week. Usually you practice and you work on certain things for 3, 4, 5 days, and then you see how they looked on stage and you go kind of from there. But we don't have that. We have 2, 3 weeks to work on something, and it's a bit harder to progress. But I think it was hard for all the teams. It's not like a complaint only for us. I think that when Vitality played their last series, it was the same, and I think one week doesn't make that big of a difference. So I think it's in an equal footing. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, last question, very short. Yeah. If there's one lane to watch for you guys, who do you think would carry you guys to a victory today against Vitality?
I think.
And of course, it's a team game.
Yeah, I mean, it's very connected. I think that. Honestly, probably top.
Top?
Yeah. Not us, but I think it's going to be the lane to watch.
Okay,
I think
fair enough.
I think Lot and Nako, they use their counter pick wells, and they have champions where they perform very well. And I think if they have access to those champions, it's going to be a fun battle.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Kyoto.
Thank you.
And back to you, Lord.
I mean, I fully agree with him. Honestly, when it comes to this matchup, I think when you look at top lane, the expectation is that Nako will beat Lot pretty handedly. Now, that is the expectation set from a regular season. Okay. Regular season is fake news, first of all. Secondly, I think having such high expectations on Nako is a little bit dangerous, because realistically, if Nako doesn't get a really big lead, I think a lot of Vitality's strength, a lot of their power, and a lot of their force kind of dwindles, because when Nako is not in a driving position in the game, it feels like they kind of lose what makes them magical. And I think, just like as Gilhotto said, I think top lane is so crucial, because Lot can do the funny thing today and just completely nullify all of Vitality's win conditions.
Okay.
Sure, Finn, but what about that graphic?
But where do Vitality belong in there?
I know you might need glasses, but it says regular season. It says regular season. Are you regular? You've been around long enough. Do you think regular season is that
GX
important?
made top 3 one time.
I still think that we want to look at regular season.
When did Vitality make top 3?
When did GX make top 3? They made top 4. GX didn't make top 3. They made top 4.
Finn, counter argument for you, because the last time we saw GX was in the regular season and they actually won. They actually upset KC. Yes. And that's what I want to look at here.
I mean, GX has been looking better and better and better. I think especially Jackie's and Isma now in that mid-jungle duo, to me, is what I'm looking at for GX today. Because that is really where they're pushing games forward. Like the fact that Isma can constantly invade with that pressure Jackie's is putting up, I think is such a boon for them.
How has GX looked better and better? They started off playing only against the worst teams and were winning every game.
But they didn't beat the top team, but they just beat KC
the
last
one
game.
team, but they also had like a 5-game loss streak before that.
But that, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're getting better and better, Jack. Don't you understand what better and better means?
Okay, if there's one thing that they did get better at GX, and I have to give it to them, they're a lot more clutch. Even in that win, they upset KC while
That's right, Dodo. That's right. Speak your truth, King.
I'm not speaking my truth about GX, but I have to be objective here. They did end my career, but at the same time, I have to acknowledge that they got more clutch, and they have a chance today.
Chad was thinking that Vitality takes it by a large margin, but as we know, guys, it's not always about what happens in game. There's one aspect that we haven't covered, and it's not always about scrims. It's not always about practice and how good it was. Sometimes it's mostly about the heart. It's mostly about those feelings that you cannot control. It's about those 3 men united in love. The late-night duo queue that turned into the LEC's most heated rivalry. Based on the worldwide success of Karzi's fanfictions. From Czech Republic to Germany, 3 LoL players on their Berlin adventure.
Thank you, Jackie, so much. Thank you. Thank you.
A love story none of them saw coming. But now, the fight for playoffs creates a rift between them.
This guy just trash talks me. I'm the 4 out of 4 MVP. Today I'm gonna shitstomp him and then I'm gonna make it rain with all the minions that I made.
Carzzy, Humanoid, Jackies, 3 friends, 2 teams.
I love you.
One love.
Basically, our relationship is he loves me, but I don't love him. So you can imagine getting locked on the toilet that he cannot get out. Life couldn't get any better.
They shared dreams. They shared awkward interactions. They probably shared too much. This Sunday, things are getting steamy in the lower brackets.
Carzzy, this for you.
Vitality versus Giant X.
Humanoid.
Checkpoints. Coming to your screen this Sunday.
Dang. Second season of Heated Rivalry is going crazy. Heard the Intimacy Coordinator had a hard time with those scenes, though. So we'll have to see how it unfolds on the Rift. Welcome to the desk for this incredible elimination series between GX and Vitality. I'm Dracos, joined by Dagda and Vetius to bring you the call. And this one, I don't know what to think. I had a lot of thoughts, then we watched that video, which was a masterpiece, by the way, and now I don't know what to say.
Honestly, I thought I had something to say, and then I just got lost for words.
I think heated is the right word for this. I'm expecting a real banger here in this series today. As you said, elimination on the line, but last time we saw these two teams faced off, it was Vitality got the better of Giant X. So I think a lot of people hoping to see a return to form for Giant X like we saw against KC at the Roadshow.
I just want to see teams showcase the level that they've shown during the regular season.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been a big discussion amongst the teams around schedule. We just heard from Gyoto himself talking about that topic, and it's been a difficult one. This split is the reality, and now GX have had quite a gap since they've played on stage. When we saw Vitality return to the stage, they did not even remotely look like themselves, and so I'm hoping that we get to see a return to form for both of these teams. Vitality obviously playing last week and falling short to MKOI, whereas Jackie's fresh off of GX fresh off of what was a win against KC on the road trip, but still a while since they played here in the LEC stage.
And going back to the point about Vitality, I think like MKOI did a good job of kind of focusing Linces in the early stages, but I think the most surprising part for me was how much the bot lane and the mid lane continuously fell behind against them. So I think that'll be what I'm keeping my eyes out for here today, is how do Humanoid and Carzzy perform here up against Giant X?
Also curious to follow up on what Kyoto said earlier about top lane being important, how important those counter picks are, and who's actually going to be able to set that up for success. We saw yesterday even, right? There's some situations where, you know, if you're still blind picking set, or not set, excuse me, but the Cassante and the enemy team is picking the Twisted Fate, things can go really bad really quickly. But I can't imagine that'll be the case for these teams, as we're already through the first portion of the pick and ban. Varus, the Nautilus, the Ezreal, alongside the J4 Pantheon and Orianna off the board.
Rumble's still open. Oh, but they want to prioritize the Caitlyn. It has been one of Carzzy's best picks, one of his most played from the regular season as well. With the Bard still up and available, you'd expect that to be the pairing that Vitality look for in the bot lane 2 versus 2. For GX, Rumble is not something the Lots put a huge priority on, so I wonder if Rumble's even going to be a priority in this series.
I mean, the Ashe Seraphine was something that gave Vitality a lot of trouble in the MKOI series, so could easily see Giant X just fall back towards that. And you can take one part of the equation here, it looks like it will be the Ashe, and then try and lock in a strong jungler here like the Xin Zhao, which that Ashe Seraphine Xin Zhao combo incredibly potent on this patch.
But to Veti's point, immobile carries, immobile support, you are setting up for the Bard, making it that much easier. That said, lane phase obviously incredibly difficult against this terrifying duo. So see if Vitality want to prioritize their support here after we assume the Seraphine gets locked in. Feels like the easiest slam dunk 1-2 you could possibly go for, and GX inclined to agree, is now Vitality have to debate how they want to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the Bard just seems like a surefire thing. And, oh, of course, Cassio. I feel like it's just been so prevalent in the meta right now. First pick worthy. Humanoid going to slam that one. We've seen it flex to top lane, so I'll always leave it open to the possibility that it could be played towards top. We see the Akali hover. I'd be very surprised if they pick Akali into Cassio. That is an absolutely horrible matchup. The Rise, not the easiest one to play either. But a lot of options still available for GX. You mentioned the Xin Zhao earlier. It looks like that's the direction that they are going to head towards. So a very solid foundation for GX, something that is very common in the meta. Xin Zhao in conjunction with the Ashe, with the Seraphine, very well-rounded base to build off.
And if MKOI gave us a blueprint as to how to beat Vitality, it was look for pushing lanes, look to invade, try and get in the face of Linces, and that's exactly what Giant X have drafted here. And I think Isma has been one of the standout performances for Giant X this split. And when he's been able to invade, when he's been able to kind of dictate how this game goes, that's when Giant X have succeeded. So I like what we're seeing from Giant X thus far.
I wonder if the Wukong ban will now come through from GX. When you look at Linces' most played, that is right up there alongside the Xin Zhao. Often we associate Linces with his Aatrox as well, but Aatrox in Game 1 of the series would surprise me. Normally brings that out during Game 3, or at least later on in the best of 3s that we've seen during the regular season. The Akali ban is going to come through, so they do show that respect towards Jackies, but I have to imagine that GX is going to continue to ban out that jungle role, whereas Vitality, they can kind of ban whatever they want. I feel like Cassio doesn't really have many weaknesses in the current meta right now. And I was going to say Syndra maybe, but that would actually be Humanoids. The Syndra that he normally picks into the Cassian is what he picked into JoJo last week.
And we all saw that series, so we might be still left with some questions, although there is a pretty big expectation that Vitality will be able to bounce back into the form that we saw in the regular season. I do like that there's the setup for Isma on the Xin, allowing him to be a more aggressive side of this jungle matchup. The question really is for that mid lane matchup, can they get a pushing lane to set him up for success, or are you just going to suffer up against this Cassio?
But that's what I thought they'd actually ban the Victor. Like, I think Cassiopeia struggles into things that can outrange her a lot and have that push, and Victor kind of fits into that. Talia can kind of. Not as strong as a push, but still, I think the idea is there, just try and have that opportunity to shove in.
Right now, hovering through options, I think, yeah, I very much agree with you. I think Victor is relatively safe, all things considered. Early laning phase is really difficult for the Victor, just because while you often associate him as a lane bully thanks to his Q, giving him that shield, allowing him to trade against many mid lane mages, Cassio just shreds through it like it's paper. She is just so effective at fighting and skirmishing during those early levels, but once he gets his upgraded E, he can pretty much just one-shot the wave and not have to interact much with the Cassio.
I think it's also like a huge amount of zone control from Giant X, because already you can see kind of both sides are setting up for this front to back style composition. Like Caitlyn and Cassio want this strong front line in front of them so they can try and play through that, and if you're able to use the Seraphine ult and now the Victor gravity well as well, it makes it very difficult for Vitality to try and play through certain choke points. So with the Rumble taken, I think you want something tanky in the jungle.
We're opting for the Aatrox here, not expected in Game 1, right? You could go later into Fearless, but we're already seeing, of course, 4 jungle bans alone on the side of GX, so it seems like Linces has been pressured to pick this up. The response from GX could just be the Cassante. Again, they're also happy to have the front line. I will say I like the Rumble here, the long-range equalizer against these immobile champions. There's not that much reliable hard CC for Vitality, but that slow can do a lot of work to disrupt a pretty terrifying comp. If you have to fight into that Ashe, into that Victor, into that Seraphine, yeah, the 5v5 lineup I don't think is going to work very well.
I would argue that Vitality's comp gives a lot of individual agencies to each player, which I think is one of the biggest strengths of this Vitality comp. When we think back to their regular season, they're a very creative team. They're often branded as aggressive and somewhat chaotic, which I understand, but I would just say that they're relatively fast-paced. They like to just be doing things on the map. And when you give them champions like this, there's less of a reliance on them to work as a unit per se, and they have a lot more individual skill expression, if that makes sense. The Linces has carried games before. We've seen Naknako, I mean, MVP of the split. Humanoid has had incredible performances on things like the Cassio as well, and Kazi, this is one of his best AD carries. On top of that, Fleshy looking for roams. Let's see if he gets caught less than some bar performances we saw yesterday. But for GX, I think they've also got a very well-rounded solid comp. They've got good range, good poke, good scaling. Like, I like drafts on both sides. I think GX is a little bit more group-up team fight, whereas I think Vitality is a little bit more individual agency.
Yeah, I do think a huge amount of this for Giant X does rely on that bottom lane, though. So as we get into game, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find that success off of this Ashe Seraphine.
Cornucopia potential options for us to focus on here. A lot of crucial lane matchups coming out of this draft. In Game 1 between Vitality and GX again, winner advances to face KC tomorrow. Loser eliminated. They didn't like not playing for a month. Well, how about they do it again? So win and survive. Obviously the dream for both these lineups as Naknako gets down a nice little ward here. And I think you talk about bot lane, but I will also say it feels like a little bit of pressure on Lot. This is his counter pick. K'Sante not the flashiest counter pick, but Gyoto did draw attention to it top lane. He expects to be pretty important.
Yeah, I do think this is just a lose gracefully matchup, though. Like, for Lot, you're not exactly trying to win out. Knock is going to have the advantage here when it comes towards push, and more than likely coming out with a gold lead. For Lot, it's more about now being that tanky front line that we're talking about as we get into the later portion of the game. And that's why I was kind of talking about Noah and Jun feeling like they kind of have to be able to step up here, because they are a huge amount of that engage. And if you're just relying on loss to kind of be that, I don't know if it's there.
Unsurprisingly, uneventful topside lane phase. And look, we talked a lot before the matchup about Knock versus Lot. We have stats. I'm going to save them because I think this is a matchup where not a lot is going to happen. So I think you're right, Rob. Potential to look here at the bottom lane. Bard level 1, so explosive. Flashy taking over to level 2, but not a big spike for the Bard, right? Much more important for the GX bottom lane as they take over as well.
Yeah, they did end up running the sweeper in the early game, though, to try and get control of the bush, which I did really like. Because one of the things you want to try and do as Ashe and Seraphine is try and use this bush control so that you can constantly poke, move in and out, and like get a lot of value from the threat potential you offer. But by sweeping out one of those early wards, it means that now Fleshy has a lot more space to try and play with. And you can see that's kind of why they've been able to fight back a little bit for the early levels.
Vitality, of course, really prioritizing picks that are comfortable for them. Strong as well, certainly in the Caitlyn and Bard, but you can see the general meta power pick has been this Ashe and Seraphine, partly because of short trades like that. But 75% win record, this is something we saw yesterday where people are willing to pick weird bottom lanes just to break this duo up. If they first pick the Ashe, you pick Seraphine and something else, just to deny this really powerful combo.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen Caitlyn Bard as an attempt at an answer into it. It's a little bit more difficult in the lane, especially as Ashe gets points into her W, because Ashe tends to outrange Caitlyn, and then with the W, and then can chase you down thanks to the rune choices, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for the Caitlyn. But it also means that when you hit level 6, and especially when you're playing on mid-wave, oftentimes that Bard becomes that pick potential that you really want, where immobile Ashe try and throw out that Tempered Fate. If you connect, fantastic jungler, let's all in on this mid and see if we can make it happen.
This is going to be a game where Zanya Zing or getting hit by Tempered Fate feels bad. You come out into a miasma, into a trap, maybe into a rumble. It's a nightmare. It's a death sentence, certainly, to get caught out like that. Is so far early jungle clears just kind of being matched. Lince now moving up to the top side. You see Ping's good information as to where Isma is, trying to stop any potential plays there. But while often we do see Xin get pretty active early on, this has been a relatively quiet first clear.
I think it's honestly pretty standard. I think there's just been a lot of fighting in the individual lanes. For the time being, it's been pretty even. Humanoid building the lead we kind of expected him to build in the 1 versus 1. Fleshy now just hovering around because he knows he doesn't really need to be bot lane right now. The Caitlyn feels relatively safe. I will say that sometimes Fleshy on the Bard does over-roam. We've seen this before where Kazi, in positions where he's actually got good lane states, Fleshy just doesn't have the support and Kazi's kind of been left isolated to get dived. Right now, though, he seems pretty healthy and pretty happy. They should be aware that the Xin Zhao is already pathing back towards the top side, so the risk of a bot lane dive is low. And you can see that the wave isn't too stacked up either. And Fleshy does arrive in time for that stacked wave that crashed underneath the tower. So Kazi going to get a, well, I was going to say slight experience advantage, but he's pretty much still even with that of Noah. And overall, Fleshy helping generate a bit of pressure in the middle lane as Jackie's without any pots left, now facing the threat of Humanoid.
And that pressure is excellent, right? Like, you can already see that that is opening up into a bit of a CS lead. And Victor tends to do well into Cassiopeia, as Lince is just face checking Isma there. Because you've got the range advantage. You can try and push, you can trade relatively effectively with the Q shield as well, but with those roams towards mid and the way Humanoid's been performing early, it's a decent CS lead that's opening up for Humanoid.
Well, I mean, early on, the Victor just can't fight the Cassio. She just, the cooldowns are just too long for the Victor, and the shield does help. So I feel like it's just kind of adding insult to injury for Fleshy, where like early on Humanoid needs to build as much of a lead as possible, because I agree with you, once you get that upgrade on the E, that's when the wave clear starts to come through for the Victor, and then he's able to just ignore the Cassio effectively. He never has to go in range, he never has to fight, and then as the game progresses, he kind of finds himself in a similar situation to the Anivia matchup, where every time you try to approach, Anivia will throw down her ult or the wall, and Victor can do a similar thing. You throw down the gravity field, you can poke with the E, you can use the bonus movement speed you get off the Q to help generate space, but the early laning phase can often just be a struggle as Cassio, especially with Tia, just does this.
A tail is old as time. If her mana bar is bigger than your health bar, you cannot walk into her range.
Yeah, and Humanoid also level 6 makes things even more. So notice that Jackie's is kind of spacing in a way where he has to keep looking away from her as well, because the threat of that ult is super real. Now that he's got the ultimate available himself, but he's always conscious of the fact that Humanoid could pretty much ult in him at any point. But we do see a bit of a skirmish on the bot side.
3v3 here, matched on both sides, bit of an XP advantage. Excuse me, matched XP here, as both supports are level 4. Jun ready to go, though, on the double cast, but neither side wants to push for too much. It's going to be a quick ult from Jack. He's trying to cheat Prio in mid lane. He's going to lose the wave there, but still keen to trade as Crab goes down. Flash forward from Jun, gets the initial root, but Fleshy just stands off to the side. A bit of an over-eager move.
Yeah, weird move from Jun. Like,
the silence
real
speaks volumes, gentlemen. Follow-up is there. Noah now caught out as well, the trap. Second trap not connecting. They did get at least one empowered auto there onto Noah, so...
I mean, it was still a net win for GX because they got the crab, which is what that whole fight was over.
Yeah. I always think to myself, crab worth flash, shield, and barrier. That's what I say to myself.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it comes back to bite him later. I think the game plan there from Shun was to set up for an engage onto Kazi. The problem was that they just couldn't. I think a slow connected from Fleshy or something. Oh, nice arrow.
Lock up there. Should be an easy kill on the Fleshy. He's going to flash forward, tries to get in the portal. Oh, just barely.
Does he get interrupted by Isma's knockup?
I think that third, he flashed away from the third auto, and the knockup connects and denies the portal.
Yeah, because I saw some weird animation on my screen. I'm assuming something got in the way of him actually being able to go through that portal. But okay, GX end up securing first blood. Nice arrow connecting by Noah.
And look, I've been gone for 3 months, but sometimes it's comforting to have things be the same when you come back. And Isma spamming take notes. It's like I haven't left.
Yeah, he did mention last split that next year he would consider using a new emote. So yeah, well, we've still got a while. We've still got many notes left to take.
People will still be mad when he spams emotes. They'll just be mad about a different
one.
Emote. Got it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Stick to your guns. I respect it. It's now Fleshy going for the roam onto Noah. Knows that there's no arrow, just barely not hitting the turret on that cosmic binding.
Yeah, nice spacing there from Noah. He actually took a step forward to avoid the binding actually connected onto the tower there, but still takes a chunk of damage, which is not an ideal spot for him. He's going to chuck a quick base out, spend a bit of his gold, get back to lane as quickly as he can.
But with the Ashe on reset, there's pings already for invade on this bottom side with Linces, trying to see if he can steal away the blue.
Jackie's walking in once again. Ulti just consistently being used to try to get some control over the lane. Obviously just doesn't really have any meaningful items quite yet, so still really difficult to just stay here in this 1v1.
Rushing the boots as well, just to give you that extra movement speed to avoid the Noxious Blast from the Q of Cassio. And also just doing his best to mitigate the early pressure. I do believe he's gotten his first upgrade now. Yeah, oh, actually, has he chosen not to upgrade the E? Normally, I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest. I would expect to see the E upgraded first. Based on his stack, seeing as he's... Oh, arrow?
Okay. Barely able to get away from that one. Nice little flash reaction from...
Okay, Noah's accuracy today, I mean, that would have been 2 out of 2. Forces the flash out from Humanoids.
If you get a flash, it counts.
Yeah.
As an arrow.
I agree, yeah, I agree.
That's 2 out of 2 on impactful arrows. Maybe people want to be technical about how many hit, but... Jackie's, that said, his lane has not been saved.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised. It looks like he has definitely upgraded his Q. I guess it helps give him a bigger shield. I mean, the movement speed in my mind is always the most valuable part of upgrading the Q. But I would have thought that he would value the wave clear more, but I guess he's saying, no, I want the bigger shield, which is fair enough.
Good against a lot of the shorter range champions like the Rumble and Aatrox as we get later in the game, but definitely feels difficult when it comes to matching the wave clear of Cassio. See if he gets to save an ult for a team fight or if he'll be forced to continue using it. In the meantime, of course, first Drake did go over to GX. Vitality trying to respond by grabbing these first grubs. Fleshy on the roam up top. Lot should be fine. He is full MR, but he's also a level 9 Cassante, and yeah, Fleshy doesn't do any damage, and Carzy just wants the wave.
Hey, he does damage, okay? Do you see that electrocute proc there down at Drake?
It's like a truck. No, he used to do damage, and then Riot decided they didn't like fun, and they kept nerfing it. One punch Bard, rest in peace. You can still do it, it's just so bad.
So bad. Yesterday we learned the value of grubs. Enough to win you a game of League of Legends even.
Oh, trap there. Bam. Look at that. That's good damage. I would say that's slightly more than the Bard electrocute. Just a little bit.
Kind of insane that you get a full combo though, and it's a half health of the Cassante.
Yeah, no extension there from Jun. Didn't go through anyone on the side of GX, which means that Naknako doesn't get CC'd up. He's going to stay bot lane, doesn't have the ultimate available to him, so he's just going to have to do his best to last hit these minions.
Will be some plates picked up. Of course, we're just matched. It's a split of sides, so you've got Vitality on the top side of the map pushing in, trying to grab some plates of their own. Of course, a little bit more injured, but obviously the all-in threat of Cassante is still very much has to be respected.
The priority very much to help secure those grubs. Now that they've been secured, we're going to see the reset come through from Fleshy, and it looks like he's going to open up towards bottom lane. I wonder if they consider making a play here. I see Isma in the enemy jungle. Something we wanted to see a lot from Isma coming into this series was that aggression that he's been so well known for during the regular season, really utilizing his lane prio to permanently invade and put pressure on his opponents. So far, this game has been a little bit quiet, but looking for an early invade just now. I say early, we're entering the mid-game at this point as first items are starting to be completed. But doing what he can is, so far, GX versus Vitality, starting game one quiet. Only one kill, 11 minutes in.
I think given the high amount of variance we've seen in performance, as in regular season performance is really not translating for teams in that first week, especially teams who haven't played in a while, I think is kind of nice for GX. Obviously, they're still trying to make plays with Noah's arrows. They're not sitting passively in this game completely, but it's a nice way to ease back onto the stage at the very least. That said, mid lane obviously hasn't really gotten any easier since we last checked in.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of the story across the board, right? Everywhere it's kind of been scrapping to see if they can get control of either of these lanes, but like mid has been fairly stable. Bot lane, nobody has really broken control of that lane either direction. So I think everyone kind of just happy to sit around, farm out these waves, and continue to just have Caitlyn push in this top side and look to take a little bit more.
There's an arrow. There's an arrow.
Observers. Oh, no flash this time! Follow up there, locked in the gravity field, continues to be stunned. We're not in arena, baby. There's no combo breaker. Oh, he still manages to find the lock of the initial healing coming out. They can't kill the snake. Yes, they can! Just the edge of the ray, finishing the job.
Great job from Giant X. Noah continues to impress with these Ashe ultimates, locking down Humanoid and setting up Giant X for the second kill.
I think that's 3 for 3.
That's
That's
3 for 3.
3 for 3. Noah is on point with the Ashe arrows today. It took them a while to actually get the kill, but they end up getting it. 2-0 now the lead for them in kills, but the gold's still going Vitality's way after they secure that top tower.
This is what you want though, because as I was saying coming through from draft, like a lot of these engages kind of rely on Noah and Jun if you're looking for them to be that long range, but with the Ashe ult and the Seraphine ult. So if Noah's going to be on form like this, it becomes a lot more terrifying for Vitality where they go on the map.
Yeah, just perfectly placed. Jun staying in the fog of war to not give anything away. The chances here is simply beautiful. Look at that. Gravity field into the root. It looks a little bit scary, but then Jackie's cooldowns come up, and he's able to secure that kill. And now that offsets the individual lead the Humanoid was able to build for himself. And now it's pretty much dead even though there's a 20 CS gap, thanks to that kill that Jackie was able to get. He's secured the rocket belt, matching the Rod of Ages finish for Humanoid.
I will say though, with the rotation that we had on the map, it does mean that Vitality with that Caitlyn are able to take top turret first one in the game. They've now rotated her to bottom lane as well. So there's been a lot less of those plates and that gold that has gone into Noah. So despite the basically even CS, that's where we're seeing a slight lead in the gold with the Cars.
But a good chunk onto Karzi right before this Drake spawns, 15 seconds. Does set up GX nicely. Noah arrow going to be available, so a lot of potential to make a play here. Vitality can't afford to drop this fight. If GX get too far ahead when it comes to Drakes, puts them in such a comfortable position for these late fights. That arrow going wide. Okay, 3 for 4. Still 75% not bad, as Fleshy's now been caught out, holding on the flash as long as he can. Finally going to get out for the encore, still going to connect, and delivered! The Victor ulti follow-up is there. Linsis sent packing. GX full control of the mid lane.
Fleshy made a choice, and that Mikhail's Crucible went towards Linsis and not himself, so he gets picked off at the back end of the fight. But Vitality, do they still want to carry and keep this going? They TP Naknako boss.
Well, what had happened was Lot was already grouping with GX, ready to fight for this dragon. He didn't actually invest his TP, and GX committed a decent amount. That's Ashe ult, that's Isma's ult, that's Jackie's ult, that's Jun's ult. Like, they used all their resources to find only a single pick, whereas Naknako was just pushing top lane. So he pushed out an extra wave, he then TPs down, knowing he can catch that bot wave, pushes that out, and Vitality say, we have more resources than you do. Even though you got that kill, you don't actually have anything left to fight, but now they're TPing in, ready to look for a skirmish.
Have Vitality overstayed Fleshy. Access to the portal, of course, the magical journey does give him an easy way out. Needs to be careful. Not to give Lot away into his back line, but they're taking their time here, chipping away at Lot's health bar. He's unstoppable now, maybe forced to go all out. Dashes out of the Infernal Change, just barely. Carzy waiting off to the side. Humanoid continuing to pump damage numbers up, but half mana. Jackie's, it's going to be really tough for him to approach this fight through Knock-Knocko. Flash forward from Humanoid, goes completely wide. Tempered Fate down, 2.5 seconds. Trap not going to go down in time. Isma now able to walk away thus far. Instantly, the ulti now coming out from Linces. Lot going all out into the back line. Knock-Knocko trying to burn through as quick as he can, but Lot is too damn strong. GX, an excellent fight. Vitality over eager, trying to salvage the scenario as Isma now on the chase looking for fleshies. Lot going to go for it. Still going to grab the kill, and now Carzy has to run, but there's the arrow. That's 80% for Noah. And 100% one fight for GX.
That's a massive team fight for GX. They get so many kills off the back of that. They open up the mid lane as well. But my question is, what is Vitality fighting for here? You've got the dragon, and like they feel desperate to, like Carzy's just jumped out. At this point, you should be using the Cassie ultimate to maybe disengage, but they're saying, hey, they've got no ultis, we can go for this fight. But a beautiful ult from Lot completely isolates Knock-Knocko. Then GX can regroup, and their ultis are now coming off cooldown. So the chase then begins, utilizing the Hex Gates to close off their escape. The Ash Arrow finally comes off cooldown. And on the re-engage, GX, they find 4 kills for 0.
Why was the big question in my head as I was watching that fight. There was absolutely no need for it. Now Vitality 7-0 on the scoreline as Giant X going to pick up this Root Herald. There's very little that they can try and do to contest. And Giant X in a spectacular spot now to just start taking so much of the standing gold that's left on the map.
And credit to GX, bucking the trend on the level of composure here in this first series, playing really well to punish Vitality for overstaying. Have now grabbed the Herald. Vitality lingering, maybe looking for a fight, but it's a pretty sizable gold advantage for GX. Even if the binding looks good to kick things off, it's going to start getting pretty difficult here for the side of Vitality if they want to keep contesting when you've already got the 2 items completed for Noah and he's so much further ahead than Carzy.
It's crazy to think that Vitality don't have a single kill yet in this game. Normally the team that is just so proactive, so kind of, I would say, spontaneous in their approach to how they play. We're getting quiet, we're getting over-eager, we're getting timid. This is not the Vitality that we saw during the regular season, and I wanted to see a level up from their performance against Koi, but I feel like that we're just seeing the similar form as they struggle to find anything on the map right now.
5 out of 6. Just got to keep the score. But Vetti, I want to go back to what you said in draft. The beauty of the Vitality draft is it offered so much individual agency. Unfortunately, it's been a lot of individuals making these mistakes, leveraging their agency in ways that hasn't looked great. Yes, you can see the world where Humanoid's flash ulti catches 3 people and they suddenly win the fight, but when Carzzy's already backed away, it's a team play. It's not an individual play in that moment, and I think Vitality misreading those scenarios. But even
lack of communication. Carzy going in as Humanoid goes out, but now they want to go in again, but there's nothing to stop Giant X from just walking out of this.
Yeah. Good movement speed is nice. Full flash commit. Man is man on multi-man charm, but Linces is still going forward. The stun does connect from Humanoid. GX not respecting the engage in the threat ranges. It's a Battle Herald trying to find its way into Carzy, or maybe trying to find its way out. I actually have no idea what's happening anymore. Fleshy caught out. Isma still running. Linces' ult about to fade away. He is so slow, and now GX are on the chase looking for a few more back. Humanoid without ulti, not much of a threat. Still good damage, but can't get in range of the Xin Zhao quite yet. Carzzy's finally arrived, as has Knock-Knocko. It's a 3v3. The Herald's still taking up space in mid lane as Knock-Knocko's forced back briefly. Pullback from Lot is good. Pathmaker not going to find him. Lot slowly backing away as the Humanoid damage is really starting to stack up, but both sides going to walk away a little battered and a little bruised.
Now, that is a Vitality team fight. One that you didn't expect to start. Oh, an arrow. Oh, Carzy.
Still 6 out of 7 hands.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality, they caught GX's bot lane completely off guard. This TP, as Dagda was saying, like, what exactly are they fighting over here? And it very much seems like there's an opportunity to find a pick. If they find these kills, maybe they can open up that mid tower. Good flash, good ult from Jun, but the chase down from Humanoid. Look at the movement speed that he's getting off of his Q to run the bot lane of GX down. They get 2 kills, but the re-engage from GX is good.
There's a really good Mikhails again from Fleshy, because Linces got hit by that charm and then was immediately able to continue to chase down. But it's the Battle Herald afterward that keeps this fight extended, and Giant X are able to chase down the members of Vitality because they had gone incredibly deep to try and find that pick.
Sometimes I don't know what they're fighting over, but I am glad that they're
we're going
fighting.
again. We're going again.
Gets stunned. Fleshy manages to connect the Cosmic Binding. That is a disgusting hitbox. Noah caught out. GX, of course, have started the Drake. Does look like they're going to secure it. No contest there, but are they at risk of giving up a rapid Baron? Maybe just the tier 1 instead.
Well, now things are getting much scrappier.
Yeah, I was like, wow, GX are so composed.
Yeah, but this is also sometimes what Vitality will do to you. When the game starts to fall out of their hands, they will just kind of force fights, force you into their chaos, and they'll kind of affect your composure. Because so far this game, GX have played patiently, controlled, passively. They've made right decisions and they've taken their time, but now they're kind of being sucked into fights. And while it is kind of going 1 for 1, 2 for 2, sometimes in that last fight it was even 3 for 3. Like, in these situations, it's where it gives opportunities for Vitality to make stuff happen elsewhere on the map. I mean, Vitality just secured that bot tower. They got good damage down onto the mid tier 1. The gold is still very much in GX's favor, but it's only 1k now.
It was 3k like
exactly,
5 minutes ago.
That's what I mean. So again, they will give up the dragon. GX does still secure that objective, but GX, I mean, they also have a bit of a reputation of throwing when ahead. In the mid game, they have been able to build these leads against teams. I mean, even if you go back to their final regular season game, it was game 1 against KC. They had a very healthy lead. They took one bad fight through the entire game. So it's on them to maintain that composure and continue to grow upon the lead that they've already been able to build.
Fleshy really good on the Mikhails and the bindings, but the ultis haven't quite been connecting.
Still collapse coming from the top side as Humanoid wants to try and reconnect with Vitality here.
Fighting to this choke point is going to be tricky if Humanoid's not on the flank, but he does manage to get that extra movement speed and is starting to threaten. GX immediately getting clouds on him. One more arrow going in. This one not going to connect.
Fancy feet there from Humanoid. Is it fancy enough, though, as GX continue to chase?
Walk back. Jackie's walking into the choke up against Linces. It's a little bit crazy. The entire team is now there. A beautiful equalizer across the top. Follow-up isn't there as Linces flashes out. Yet another Mikhail's used on him. Slow lands onto Knocko, but not a lot of follow-up. Infernal Chain's not quite going to pull a lot back as he is walking into the trap line. Does manage to get away using the Unstoppable. Encore is there, but both sides walk away.
Every one of these fights feels like a game of chicken, and you're waiting for the other side to blink. This time, both teams decide to separate, but it doesn't matter if spells are missed, if things are gone awry, they're only going forward for so much of this.
That was 9 out of 10 ultimates used, and no one died. That was absolutely crazy. Vitality, just like that, though, somehow managed to close the gold gap. We're now dead even. There's no real advantages anywhere. There is a slight XP advantage, actually on the side of Vitality, I would say. Which is crazy, considering how much of a lead Oh, no.
That was caught.
Noah is dead.
Well, he's gone. Now they have to keep fighting. They feel like they have to force this fight. Lot is on the flank, though. That's good. Now Karzi's going to be dead. The Tempered Fate. Not really in time. Vitality debating if they want to keep going. Miasma good. Ulti not going to connect on the stun. Root also going to go wide from Jun. Both sides have decided to commit. Their 80 carries are gone. They still want to fight, and I can understand why, because Humanoid's doing a hell of a lot of damage, but now he's zoned away from the rest of his team. Fleshy caught out. Good damage onto him. He's trying to get into the wall for the portal. It does not matter. Jackie's grabs the kill.
And an extended fight, GX walk away the victors. Can they threaten the Baron? I think without the 80 carry, it's a little ambitious. That bot tower looking like a slightly easier objective to play for. My goodness. Okay, so Vitality, they find a pick onto Noah. Noah getting caught out in mid lane, something that 80 carries in the LEC have been doing all split long, right? But GX, they respond in kind. Ismail, love his aggression there, just instantly saying, hey, we should go on to Kazi. Good flank comes through from Lot. They trade 80 carries, and then Vitality just stay around too long, which allow for GX to find a pick. Arrow.
Ooh, dash into the arrow. That's not what you want to see. Isma now going to look for the follow-up onto Linces. A lot of healing, though. Should maybe just be happy with the ult, but Lot is now continuing to chase, going all out, immediately deleting the enemy jungler. Now Vitality on the back foot. GX can set up the Baron. Vitality doesn't look like they want to take this one.
Now Vitality, they don't really have an option to. They used so much in the last couple of engagements that there's not really anything left in the tank. Knocko poking his head in, but Giant X might just cut it off.
Facing the hole there, Knocko hovering around, hoping to chip away those life bars. 5k getting lower. Knocko half HP. R flash coming in from Jun, connecting onto 2. Follow-up ulti is there. Humanoid now in the midst of the entire team, but the Baron has been neglected for a brief moment. Still leashed by Noah. Humanoid gets lower and lower. Karzi's taking down Jackie's. The Baron goes golden. They buy an extra second. They're getting slaughtered in the pit. Oh, they managed to take the Baron, but it might cost them everything. 3 low health bars. Isma, does he see a montage moment or a time to get the hell out? The answer is get the hell out.
Vitality, they have to chase though. They want to take all the Barons away from GX. Isma's being danced around.
Has to be careful not to stand too close to the wall. If he gets stunned, he dies pretty much immediately. If a Miasma connects, he's going to be in trouble.
He's trying to trade his life for something. He can't.
Looking to turn back. Dashes back into Fleshy. Interrupt there. Uses the portal.
Wow! Knocko now following up. Everything seems to be going wrong. He managed to get 2. He healed. Are you kidding me?
ISMA ends up falling at the end. My goodness, I think that was what a 4-for-5 trade. The Baron ends up dropping. My goodness, the play starts with Linces dashing into the Ash Arrow. That is the go signal for GX. Lot on the front line, tanks up the damage from Kazi, and by removing the jungler, there's now no smite. They start off the objective, but then it devolves into chaos.
And Jun does get a great engage, but no one pulls off from Giant X to help him. No one's still in the back of the pit. Lot is now trying to chase on towards Humanoid with ISMA, but they end up turning back because the Baron is so low. But thanks to the Tempered Fate, they can't get anything. So Vitality are able to jump in at the end of it, but then it's ISMA who plays this so slow that he gets a ton of Sundered Sky procs off that gives him the health to buy back 2 kills.
Also, it turns out if you jump up and down really aggravatedly, your headset will unplug in the middle of a fight. So I don't know if I couldn't hear myself or if no one could hear me, but I promise you I was really excited for what was happening.
Yeah, I was like, do I just take over? I don't really know.
We didn't know.
I didn't know yet. One thing we do know is ISMA really was trying to walk away. Vitality really were willing to risk the montage to take his life, and well, he got the montage.
Well, they wanted to get rid of that Baron, and they did it. Ash Arrow connects on the Fleshy. Ooh, nice. All right, he's going to get away. So, what does this mean for the actual game state? Well, Vitality have kind of equalized the game.
Yeah.
There's now no objective to play for. With Baron gone, both teams at 2 dragons, we now enter Farm Simulator version, I don't know, 7. I don't know what version they're on.
But the question is Noah part of that Farm Simulator? Because that kind of has been what Vitality have been playing, which is let's go mid and try and attack this Ashe.
That's true.
Now she has no flash, and you've got the Tempered Fate up. Like, this feels to me like Vitality are just going to try and play for Noah, which is why, look how far back he's playing. He's like, I'm going to take Wolves. I don't want to go near that mid wave right now.
Yeah, and look at Naknako. Like a shark, he circles his prey, sitting in that brush on a control ward, and here come the rest of Vitality. They are fishing, but this time...
But who's fishing for who?
Yes.
I guess is the question, because GX are fishing for Linces, and Naknako seems to be fishing for Noah, I suppose?
Yeah. You know, let's see how effective that arc is against Vitality.
At this point, though, a banger of a first game, I have to say.
Slow start, warmed up nicely.
It's not entirely clear why it's so close, but it is incredibly close.
Well, this is what fencing with fishing lines looks like, you know?
I will give credit to Vitality. They did just kind of plunge the game into chaos, and I think that GX... Ash Arrow.
Into the Raptors.
Yeah, boat treads, massive value there. But yeah, I mean, Vitality, they've forced seemingly random fights. This is what I mean by they're a spontaneous team. They do things somewhat unpredictably, and often you are left wondering, like, why are they doing this? But to their credit, it does find fights that GX weren't expecting, and it drags them into fighting Vitality rather than building advantages elsewhere on the map. And now we enter a pretty much dead-even map state. Look, all of the outer towers are gone. It's 3-for-3 to towers. We're equal in Dragons. The kills don't really matter because the gold is dead even. Itemization across the board is even. So it is now ultimately going to come down to skill expression and execution as to who can find the right targets, who can pull off the team fight better, how do you set up around those objectives. The flashes, the summoners, they're all coming back off cooldown. We're building up for a pretty massive fight.
And I do want to draw attention to the 2 players who I think have the most agency in the game at this point, and it is Noah. We've seen his arrows, and it's Fleshy with the Tempered Fate, those non-committal ways to start a fight, to get a skirmish kicked off in your favor. Everyone else, you know, it's hard to have the range. Yes, you can lay down the equalizer, but committing it wrong can cost you a lot. But the arrow and the Tempered Fate, it's pretty low stakes to just fish, to just see what you can get.
Weird decision-making from Vitality here, though, because they've kind of put a whole bunch into getting vision in around this Baron, but it's now let Lot push in entirely on this bottom side. He takes a plate for himself, and Giant X now, because Lot's going to be in base, can just come out and take all this vision back. So kind of giving gold across to Lot there, who, I mean, he's 6-1-2 in this Cassante. He's a big old top laner right now.
It did feel weird to me when we saw the Cassante counterpick. I know it's good. You know, you get your early MR. It feels like a solid matchup, but it's not a flashy counterpick. That's what I was anticipating. However, it's been a pretty flashy game for Lot. Had a lot of fights where he's just been able to find the right targets. Knock go twice, as we can see. But now need to see the execution in these fights, as you highlighted, Betty. GX not afraid to just run forward here, leveraging the arrow, lock up onto Karzi, but the Mikhails is there. Really good early itemization for Fleshy. Again, paying off time and time again, as Karzi opted for the barrier, didn't opt for the cleanse against the Ashe, and Fleshy made up for the difference there.
There's a ward that just died in mid lane, though, which has kind of been the focal point for Giant X. Basically, they're constantly setting up this ward that just sits on this line. Oh, hang on, top lane.
Stun coming through, flash out connects the Q, locks him up though in the equalizer, maybe not ideal, and the rest of GX are now collapsing, and it's Fleshy and Humanoid all on their lonesome. Lot coming in from the flank. They want to burn through Jackies as quick as they can, but he still manages to live. Now Humanoid needs to get the hell out, trying to move backwards. Finds one stun as Isma does get the backstep. Racing away as the Noxious Blast does connect. The slow is there from Lot, now grounded. Ulti moving through, just barely connecting onto Humanoid. He's forced to flash back. Isma immediately going to ulti to stop fall damage coming in from Cards. The healing is there across the board. Vitality pushed away. TP re-entry from Jackies, and it looks like it's GX once again set to take the Baron.
That's because Vitality have nothing left. They need to try and push into this area, but how do you do it with all these flashes down, all your summoner spells down? Giant X are just going to get this one.
Yeah, they're spam pinging the Dragon right now. They're trying their best to get on towards the bottom side of the map, but GX recognizing the play, move 2 towards mid, push out that wave. Keep my eyes on the mini-map. There's an instant TP there coming through from Nako towards the bot side of the map. He's going to give Vitality access to the river. These ultimates all coming off cooldown. Arrow doesn't quite connect.
Someone out there has been keeping count, but I stopped a while ago. It's too hard. There's too much going on. As Lot using the footwork to keep his shields on his back line. Linces and Nako debating if they could find the flank. GX, I think knowing they have the Baron, knowing they have control over mid, really comfortable to just group here.
Isma's ultimate 3 seconds away. That's the big one for GX. That'll be the go signal for him to just look for that engage. He connects it onto it, Kazi.
Here comes Lightning.
He's in the pit. He's just in the
back
pit.
of the pit. It might just be the 50-50. Equalizer laid down. Dragon stolen away by Isma. Linces now running as Isma manages to take it. GX get what they want out of the fight, debating if they want to commit to Nako. Mid lane maybe the next thing in their sights as Isma just continues to hound them. They want more kills. They're not worried about the objectives. Lot, though, overcommitting just a bit. Unstoppable now. Encore comes in. It's a messy fight. Maybe should have been contentious going mid, but Vitality a very well set trap in the jungle.
Yeah, Giant X could have backed away and just looked for that mid wave into maybe getting pressure onto that mid tier too, but instead they try to commit to the fight, and we'll see here, like, not a huge amount of value from Vitality on the ult line. Fleshy tries to put down the Tempered Fate here in a second on towards Noah. Noah just steps forward. There's no follow-up. Linces is alone in the pit, and so Isma is just happy enough to step forward, and Nako tried for the flank on the top half, but it's straight into Lot, who's just able to CC him and keep him in check with Jackies. So kind of a very spread out fight from Vitality, where you didn't really get value in the places you were looking for it.
And the second half of the fight is GX thinking they can shepherd Vitality into this point where they can just wipe them off the map. But Lot, that flank ends up getting turned on. Vitality see the play as Nako was walking through that brush, and rather than setting up for Isma and Lot to come in from 2 different angles and pincer onto Vitality, Vitality just turned their attention to one of their flanks and shut that down. So they end up trading 1-for-1 in kills, but I very much agree with you. The Dragon felt like a lack of coordination coming through. Is Fleshy now caught? Will get away to safety. Does have to burn the Mikhails though.
Could be devastating as we see Noah's arrow not too far away. Although now Carzzy having his own QSS does make things a little bit better for the fights to come. And again, the gold's still very close. Most of GX's Baron was spent contesting that Drake, setting up again here around the top side of the map. There hasn't really been able to push in to get more of those structures that you would expect, especially at a second Baron in the game. But the first was wiped, the second used to fight for the Drake, so Soul Point seems the name of the game for both these lineups.
So this is what I was trying to talk about, the vision control that Giant X had set up earlier on, because all that they've been trying to do is just get this vision that kind of sits in around this area, and every time you see Vitality step up, and in particular Fleshy step up, they know that they're trying to make a pick on towards Noah, kind of like now, and they've been trying to run from this.
Finally managed to connect. Fleshy can't step too far forward here, though. The team really not in position. Arrow not going to connect. Humanoid is zoned away in the gravity field.
And good patience being demonstrated by GX. They're just slowly chipping away, leveraging the range that they now have. This always comes back to what we talked about in draft. The reason why you pick Victor is for this late game option, right? The fact that you have that much zone control, you do have this poke in conjunction with the Ashe volley, you kind of chip away at Vitality's HP bar, and they don't have a lot of crowd control to easily force fights. But when you overstep...
Continuing to run forward, does get clipped by the wind, becomes lightning. Slow there. Ulti can connect on the Carzzy. Looks like it was a little bit late on the Mikhails or early on the cleanse. Hard to say, but either way, might cost Carzzy his life. No, the magical journey again. with a sliver of HP able to escape, but it means the tier 2 will fall. Lince is also going to use the journey to backstep. They want to hold this inhibitor line, but this poke is ruthless from the side of GX.
Giant X has done a great job of keeping that pressure up, grouping up as a unit to deny these picks from Vitality. And now as they step forward, you're starting to realize that without that Baron buff, there's not a huge amount left.
Everyone to Lince. No immediate follow-up. Hard's going to do what he can to hold the line, and GX will back away. Noah, really a lot of mana.
Just great patience, great suffocation as well. Look at what Isma's now doing, having his team move into the enemy jungle and just take all the farm away from Lince. Flash doesn't quite connect the knockback from Lot, so that summoner now unavailable. Humanoid with the flank, here we go. Vitality looking for a...
Not spotted, another tier 2. How much is it going to cost them though? Because Humanoid is now arrived, but at least they know where he is. Jack is continuing to walk up onto Nako. He does not care, but now he's been locked up and locked down. Isma very nicely zoning away the rest of the team, stopping Humanoid from finding that follow-up because now he's the one who's been caught out. 2 members stunned. Root follow-up is there to deny Lot access into the back line. Such a close exchange, but GX ultimately push the wave in and get the tier 2.
And you can see the difference when you've got a front line like Giant X have. Lot has been consistently able to just play up into the front, deny these flanks any sort of opportunity in finding success. And Vitality are struggling, like Nako was nearly completely burnt out by Jackies before that fight kicked off. So Giant X continuing to group, denying those pick opportunities and using their comp's full strength. And now with 35 seconds left until that soul, Giant X have good position on it.
I'm very happy to see this mid-game performance from GX. Often an area in the game where they would be heavily criticized during the regular season. A main reason why they couldn't get the better of stronger teams. And they're showing great patience, great control, and they're not being over-eager. Vitality is desperately trying to get them to overextend, come into the fight that they want, come into the range of the Cassio, and they are not biting that hook. Now, Nako TP's in, ready to contest the Dragon Soul point here for GX.
1 second till it spawns. Vision currently favoring GX. The nightmare scenario for Vitality if they cannot find a flank. One member can take the portal. It's Lince's off to the side. GX want to set up this line of scrimmage. Vitality has to be careful about how they close the net here on this GX lineup. If they lose the soul, it could be devastating. They manage to get the soul instantly picked up. Nako, though, a huge amount of damage as Humanoid finds the flank. The soul might not matter if they keep this one going, but Jackie's untouched alongside Isma in the back line. 3 members down in exchange for the soul.
I mean, great target focus from Nako and Humanoid. Humanoid had a way into the back line, and Nako flash commits onto Noah. They still secure the soul for GX, though. Humanoid isolated.
Stunned. Isma now going in, looking for a little bit more follow-up. Push back into Lince. He's now forced to flash away and retreat. Lince debating if he wants to go for anything else. Doesn't have a flash of his own, but might have been able to follow the audacious charge.
I mean, Humanoid just died. I mean, this is terrible timing for Vitality. We'll look back at the replay because the flank is the most important thing. Notice Humanoid there. He utilizes the Hex Gate to get behind GX. Nako sees his target, ignores Jackie's completely, flashes on top of Noah. Working with Humanoid, they secure the kill. But the soul goes down meanwhile towards GX. They have 2 members get away alive, and they end up picking up a kill on the Humanoid as well.
And you can see the difference when Lot and Isma aren't in position to separate out the fight.
Okay, maybe we don't win.
Because you don't have that front line to stop them, so suddenly those flanks do end up operating well, and I think that was where you probably needed to pull that Dragon a little bit further back. You saw that Nako was there, but Giant X didn't respect it. Still now, on towards the Baron, and they get the soul. Giant X want to try and force the play.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Humanoid's death. He's still dead, and he doesn't have TP available, so they can't really contest. But Vitality feel like they have to. The Hex Gates are going to offer a lot of value, but this Baron is melting.
6K, getting lower. Lince, no flash, no real way into the pit, hoping for a miracle. They will not find it. The smite connects and it's good. Excellent portal as well to take Vitality away, but Soul and the Baron buff should make this easy. 3-man lockup coming in from Fleshy. It's Lot alone on the front lines. He does not care as he just continues to push for more. Humanoid is finally here, but also needs to be careful not to step up for the Hex Tech Soul. That slow is devastating. Overcommitting. Stunned in the root field, and I think he might just go down again. The shield is there from the Seraphs, not nearly enough. Humanoid overconfident to walk into the Hex Tech Soul.
Back-to-back picks might just be it for Giant X as they start to move in towards the base. Nako trying to cut the wave, but there's enough of one, and there's a Cassante that can tank these towers.
GX pushing for the win. Carzzy hoping to get something back as one tower will fall. Linson's on the flank. Jun getting lower and lower. The double root going to connect. The follow-up is there in the form of the Zanyas. Now it's Fleshy who's in trouble. That tower blinking away. GX set to close it out in the face of Vitality and their chaos. GX staying composed in this game one to bring it home and take first blood.
A quadra kill for Jackies to round out game one. Very pleasantly surprised by the gameplay we are getting from GX here, showcasing that they can go toe-to-toe against the teams that they just couldn't get the better of during the regular season, and that during this break, they've definitely leveled up.
100%. Seems like you need a little bit more than 42 days if you want to beat Giant X in game number one, but we're going to kick it over to Jackies and Lore to find out how he's feeling.
Yeah, I want to know how he's feeling about playing against Humanoid here, because it is the third time in 19 games that you beat him.
I mean, yeah, finally. I mean, there's 2 more, right? So I don't really care about this one, but 2 more are coming, and yeah.
Okay, so what we care about is one word describing this game. A lot of emotions, but...
Okay, one word. I mean, from early game, fanboys. I would say fanboys.
Fanboys.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take it. You can join your team here, and that's an interesting choice of word, especially for everything that we've seen so far this game. What I do want to talk about, though, is the fact that sometimes it's not about winning. Sometimes it's about just chasing dopamine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fanboy as well after watching that series or
But
that
he's
game.
the one who got all the arrows. That's why I don't understand. Was he the fanboys? Was GX the fanboys?
No, I think he thought he got camped. I'm not quite sure if that's accurate.
Oh, but that's just, that's just main character syndrome.
It is mid lane syndrome a little bit, but to be honest, he had a fantastic game on the Victor. He absolutely stepped up. I love the Proto Belt into the Bard ult interaction that he kind of pulled out. I mean, everyone was buying Proto Belt, but I thought it was intentional against the Bard. But this game, as you say, Laura, it was dopamine chasing, because every single fight, it felt like Vitality just chose without really having to.
What I love about Vitality is that just sometimes they feel like cats. They're just chasing that light in front of them, knowing that the light is not actually there, and they're just going to jump at every occasion to fight for the love of the game in the
Exactly, because if we can bring up the replay, what pretty much ends up happening is that so many times this game, it was just kind of a standoff. You walk up to an objective, not even an objective, they just walk somewhere and something happens.
So here I was so surprised. Lot TP's down, the dragon is dead, and there's nothing to fight for right now. But for some reason, a full 5 versus 5 fight breaks out. Because Vitality just can't control themselves, I guess.
But it's so slow. This team fight escalates so damn slow that...
What are they fighting for?
Right now they're sitting there and they're like, guys, do you want to fight?
We're going.
Okay, I guess we're fighting. We're still fighting. Well, the fight's over, but...
It's not over, because they're going even more.
Well, now they're like, okay, let's go back in. And it's still not over. They're still going to go for a long... Oh my God.
I mean, and then like
it just doesn't stop.
I mean, Lot just buys Humanoid a fucking train ticket to Prague. Like he just takes them away from that fight, and that's just how something happens. Because there's just no reason these fights should be happening. But GX is doing a great job of mind control right now. I think they have studied some Eldritch Scrolls and are kind of baiting Vitality in. Maybe it's not a hard thing to do, but baiting them in to a fight.
No, but you're saying this. I actually think it's a hard thing to do, because there's been so many fights where they were outnumbered. You look at the fight, you look at the setup, you look at GX, you're like, there's no way they're going to win this one, and yet they still do, time and time again.
They do. I mean, Zinzao was a little bit OP this game. Like, let's be real. Isma had an amazing game on the Zinzao, and he did find himself, or GX rather, found themselves in the situations where they're 1v3, 1v5. So this natural start starts quite all right for GX, I would say. They're going to... Well, the setup is okay, but then it just goes bad.
You're not very convinced, though. It's like you're trying to sell me this pen, but you don't want to sell me the pen.
Because the setup was fine. They still get the Nash, but at this point, Isma is 1v4, and believe it or not, in 30 seconds, he almost makes it out alive, but he will end up getting 2 people down with him.
I mean, just look at the Sundered Sky value this fight. He constantly is chipping different people, healing himself up.
But look how scary he is. Everyone is running away from him.
But it's like, Fleshy really wants to fight the Xin Shao, but both Humanoid and Naknako is like, I can't go close to that guy, so he ends up just fighting 1v1. So it's a super odd situation ended up in, but really clutch from Isma, really clutches the game there, and that's really what they needed to finish out the game.
We're memeing a lot, right? We're memeing a lot when it comes to the way these fights have been happening, but let's take a step back and remember GX, how they were coming into these playoffs, because the stonks were quite low. Not a lot of people were confident on them, but we did bring it up at the beginning of the day that they started being a little bit more clutch towards the end of the season. And right now, if there's one man who is clutch, it's Isma. Incredible performance. I felt like he put this game on his back together with Lot. But overall, GX as a whole, finding these skirmishes that, okay, when Vitality is inviting you to skirmish, the fact that you take it, the fact that they are going with these skirmishes and they're taking them and they're out, I guess, team fighting Vitality still speaks a lot to the level that GX have been going to.
Finn, you were the one believing in them. Yike was believing in them. Did you think that's how they would start doing it?
I mean, absolutely. I think if you were to beat Vitality, you just need to pull them in a little bit, because they will...
So mind control, you think, is the thing that they...
I mean, it is clearly working, Odo. Do you want this scarf? Because you were a little bit of a hesitant little Andy in the pre-show, but now you're kind of sitting here singing their praises. Or are you actually believing in GX more now? Because I feel like I expected this to happen.
To be honest...
If Naknako doesn't have a standout performance, Vitality doesn't have that firepower. And we saw this. Lot completely shut it down at the K'Sante.
I agree. Naknako had a couple of moments, way too little this series, or like this game rather, where he did get a huge performance or a huge ult or a huge team fight. But at the end of the day, now I'm looking at Vitality with different eyes. They are 0-4. They're 4 losses in a row. And all of a sudden, the rank 1 team from regular season, the 8-game winning streak, is coming to a halt. So my faith in Vitality is dwindling a little bit, and I couldn't believe that I would say it. Okay, bring back the scroll.
Please refer to the scroll.
Give me the scroll.
The scroll of history, if I can untape it.
Because I can't believe it, but I'm actually on the GX hype train right now after what I've seen this game.
Yeah, and like, okay, I get that there's a playoffs curse for Vitality, especially when you look at graphics like this, but I want to think about what they've been doing in regular season. I want to think about the fact that they were this team usually dragging you into the mud, thriving in chaos, but they have a good match against them because GX, they're not going to back off.
I mean,
if that's what Vitality wants to do,
yes,
they're going to follow here. So what do we want to see from Vitality?
I mean,
actually?
I need to see Linsa step up, because
Okay.
it was against MKOI, Linsa's looked a little bit lost. Even now, Isma had complete control of the game. If Vitality needs to make, or wants to make a comeback, it needs to be through Linsa's, because he needs to really do more in these games.
They need to bring back the vibes. They need to be a little bit more relaxed because when
okay,
it's hard to be relaxed, but the magic of Vitality throughout the regular season was the fact that they really didn't care what was going on. They were playing carefree, they were having fun, and they were just enabling each other by just being so damn relaxed in their gameplay. This 5v5 standoff, this needs to stop, and they just need to go back to playing like it's solo queue.
I don't know. It doesn't look like they were carrying to me. So, but let's see. Linsas? Okay, we're looking at you. They have an MVP. They have a Linsas we can believe in. Let's see if they can bring it back up. As we said, a losing streak here for Vitality. GX opens up the score. We'll be right back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
don't translate this. This can go into mic check. I'll make it easier for you guys.
Flash, cachorro. Abri, flash.
That's fine. Good. I have Rabadon now. Yeah. King strong, by the way.
This game is so fun. I like it actually.
Good job, guys.
Nice. Pentakill for Daddy.
Just.
Kill for this game.
Good job, guys.
No pentakill for Daddy, but a solid game 1 for Giant X as we get ready for our game 2 here. And I think to the disappointment of many Vitality fans, not the immediate bounce back that they were maybe hoping for after a pretty one-sided series last week.
I did hear a fan walk past right as we took the headsets off going, can we just win one game? So I think that kind of says it all.
I mean, it's great. Like, Vitality built so much hype from the regular season, and they may very well be reliving the Vitality curse. Yeah. Like, the team that can never quite fulfill the potential that was promised.
I'm just saying we need to branch out in LEC. Too many teams' brands are, you fell for it again.
It's true. It's true.
Fnatic are already gone, Vitality. Now's your time to shine. You don't need to take their slot if you fell for it again. Let's see what you can do as we get to the second pick and ban here. Vitality, of course, choosing second pick. GX choosing red side. So some room for Vitality to counter the top lane matchup if they so choose.
Okay, I mean, Anivia has just been one of the most flexible picks that we've been seeing. Triple flex. Yeah. Less often we see it in support these days. But yeah, it's something that now often hits the ban table. Orianna, permaban. I mean, I think she's been permaban all split.
There's been a few games where she slipped through, she then popped off, and you're like, I do remember now when we did this.
I think, like, Caps, for example, is still undefeated on Orianna this year. It's quite the champ. Meanwhile, let's see, with Rumble gone, champions like Jarvan, Ryzen priority, Yunara, Lulu, Nami, Ezreal, these type of champs are all extremely strong. Lucian going to be the ban from GX.
But I think that's why I'm curious to see what the support pool is going to be like now, because we've kind of seen a shift from some of our top teams away from enchanters now back into those engaged support. So do we see Jun and Fleshy go in a similar style, or do we go back to like your Yunara, Lulu, or your Corki, Nami, and these kind of things?
Varus yet to be banned. Very high ban prior to a lot of the series.
Yeah, and Nautilus love as well.
Kaisa, okay.
Okay. I mean, that is a Noah classic, right? That is very much targeted towards Noah. But, so, when you talked about melee supports, I feel like that when teams basically go, okay, Nautilus is open, that's naturally when the melee support prio increases. But I feel like Ezreal just kind of has to be the most important pick right now with both Caitlyn and Ashe gone. Ezreal just kind of pairs the best with like all the available range supports, except for Lulu. But even then, like Yunara, Lulu could be a possibility. But I do feel like she's just taken such a massive back foot in recent history. Are they really going to do Jarvan to Ez?
That seems to be the debate. They are taking their time with it. Jarvan has been kind of a premier engaged champ, usually just deleted in most drafts because of the prevalence of immobile AD carries, but as you highlighted, with Ezreal already on the opposite side, you're setting yourself up for a pretty miserable Jarvan game. It might be the Varus instead.
Well, it could also just be to take it away, because Jarvan good into Varus.
Very good into Varus.
The Varus is flexible, though. Could be played in AD carry or top. We'll have to wait and see where it ends up going. But if you just slam on Nautilus right now, Varus Nautilus, I mean, this bot lane is, it's a classic. Very powerful 2 versus 2, very strong engage, good chain CC, very powerful team fighting. And they are going to go for the Jarvan. So Ezreal will have a nice, quote-unquote, time versus the Jarvan. But now the rest of GX's comp, if you pick a low mobility mid lane mage, then you're in some serious trouble.
And that's the thing I think they're playing for. It's like, oh, well, Ryze would start to rise up priority in this position with Anivia gone and Cassiopeia taken off the board, but into a Jarvan, you don't want to try and go for that as much. But looks like we'll get our answer as to what the support meta is going to be, because Ezreal Karma, very strong pushing bot lane, and even the opportunity if you really wanted to take a 0-on-3 here for Jackies, and I think you got a very strong, decent front line, or sorry, decent team fighting composition for Giant X.
Yeah, they may want to match jungle. Maybe something like a Vi could be a possibility for Isma. We've seen him play a decent number of Skarner this split. I am a big fan of Skarner, Azir, Ezreal type drafts. Yeah, it looks like the Vi is the direction they're very much heading in. So just a little bit more single target focus, good early game, can match the Jarvan perfectly fine. I think a Nautilus angle could be good here for Vitality. Again, Varus, Nautilus, if that is the bot lane they want to go for, gives you a lot of bot lane power. You do concede push very early on because you just can't really compete against the Karma. But later on, wow, I mean, if that Karma mispositions, I mean, Dracos, you haven't cast this split, but I can tell you right now, because we've just had range support, they forget what it's like to play against the Nautilus.
I don't want to sound like I'm not a fan, but I'm really glad I missed the split where range supports were good. Because I'm going to be honest, the fact that I was in my brain when I saw this locked in, I was like, Karma for Jun?
Yeah.
And I know it's normal now, but I'm not used to it. It feels deeply, deeply wrong. So it's nice to see a Nautilus on the opposite side, and I'll let go of my concerns because I know range supports are incredibly powerful. Jun, of course, only played it once thus far this season, but there's a reason it is such a priority pick. We enter the second phase, some mid lane bans being taken away, but you highlighted already the ease of execution on the side of Vitality, very much there.
Yeah, I do think that it is somewhat easy as well for GeneX, right? Like Vi clicks the button. The thing that it opens up for me is I was going to say things like the Akali in the mid lane for Jackies if he really wants to, like try and operate on this dive situation, but it looks like Vitality already well aware of that. I'm going to start banning away some of these champions.
Okay, I mean, yeah, the mid lane pool being shrinked means that Ahri raises in priority. GX would shift more towards a pick comp, but it would give them some side lane threat. But additional mobility, yeah, I think that's a good read from Vitality, similar to what I was just talking about. So now LeBlanc becomes the next big powerful pick for Jackies. He can't pick it recklessly because Nautilus, what's the point and click, single target ult, yes.
Remember also still that as much as Varus plus the Nautilus feels good, we do still have room for a flex pick here. And with mid lane locked in, we can see a last pick pivot to something like a Twisted Fate, also really good as you go later in the game.
And I think this Annie is a bit of a countermeasure to LeBlanc. It doesn't necessarily have an easy laning phase, but basically LeBlanc dashes in, hard CC, right? And it's just, okay, now your LeBlanc can't move, have fun. So I think that GX will be forced to go more towards the Taliyah. I think Taliyah Vi is still a great combo. It just plays a little bit more from range, leverages the poke, and GX will just take advantage of the fact that, hey, that Annie has to flash engage to close that gap on us, whereas we can just sit back, land our poke, and do something very similar to what they did in game one, assuming they can take a slow, calm, and patient game.
It does raise the question what Lot wants to try and take in this top side though, because with the Nara now gone, you imagine it is kind of leaning more towards that tank style, but I mean, you're always open, as you say, to the Varus flexibility or something else. So basically Jack's saying, okay, even if you put the Varus top, I can still play into this, I can jump, I've got the Counter-Strike, there are still options here, and he can follow up relatively well with the CC trade that's already there for GeneX.
Yeah, my instinct would be Renekton, because I think Renekton's good into the Jax, but I don't know if I love it into the... Oh, okay, well,
it does not matter what you love.
Yeah, so the reason why my instinct was Renekton is just because it's very good matchup into Jack's laning phase. The Call of the Week is very fast, so he doesn't really have an opportunity to use Counter-Strike as a response. You're kind of using it preemptively, and also just Renekton is a great lane bully into pretty much all melee top laners because he's Renekton. So, but it does struggle into things like Taliyah. It's very difficult for you to close the gap against a Karma. So that bot side of the map for Renekton, scary. But as a comp, I mean, this is like a, what? I feel like 10 years ago we would see this comp. You know, this is Renekton, Jarvan, Annie, Varus, Nautilus.
Annie's the only imposter because she was a support at that point in time. She was completely unplayable as a mid laner. But
Nautilus was a mid laner though, so if you actually...
Weird game of Varus. Although we've probably said enough, Lore is standing by to talk to Pat about the draft that he's cooked up today.
It's not exactly about the draft that I want to talk about, but it's more about the general vibes at Vitality. 4 games lost now. What feedback did you give the players after last game?
I mean, I told them that they stopped in early game and that we just need to go in with more confidence. I think we had a couple of mis-execution. I think Fleischer did a good job taking ownership after the game. And I think that we just need to click on them better.
All right, let's see how it goes. Thank you so much, Pad. Back to the game.
Thank you so much to Lore and Pad for that insight. Click on them a little bit better. The good news, the point and clicks have been assembled. The Annie and the Nautilus, the Jarvan ulti, much easier clicks. We'll see if they're better clicks as well. And again, looking a lot at Knock here. Obviously was set up with a potential flex to have the Varus top side, but this is his last pick, Renekton. See if he can make it work. And Carzzy opting for lethality, it looks like. Not the top lane bruiser build, so wants to really maybe be able to take control of that mid lane as we get later in the game.
I'm a little surprised by the lethality build on Carzzy, because I thought with the amount of setup that's there for me, he'd be happy to try and go for the on hit. Also, I just think that they're all, like, their upfront damage, okay. It's in an extended fight now. I'm less sure that they're going to be able to carry it if you're going with this poke Varus.
I have to imagine the reason is, hook connects. That's good damage.
Excellent initial damage. Heal coming through as well. They want to keep this trade going. Jun's already burned the Mantra Q. Noah able to walk away. No summoners burned, but with that blinking health bar, he has to play so safe in lane.
So, Nautilus Hook versus range supports. This is why you normally ban it.
Oh, he threads the needle, but the Q just a little bit wide.
The instant cleanse from Noah, and look who shows up. Linces, level 2 Jarvan, is thinking about it. I think it is a smart choice for Linces not to go for this play. The advantage has already been built by Carzzy and Fleshy. There's no need to overforce anything, because if the gank goes wrong, you're giving Isma a massive window to punish you. So yeah, I love the base as well from Fleshy. I think this is a really good choice. Quickly replenish that HP bar, get the refillable potion so that you've got more pots in lane, ready to go for more skirmishes when you get back.
And it's devastating for Noah to get caught by that hook, right? We've seen these matchups so often when it is range versus melee. As long as you can survive the first few levels without getting hooked, you start to build that advantage. There's nothing your opponents can do, but getting caught early, losing that cleanse, really hard for this laning phase.
And that's why I think you'll need an early attention here from Isma. I'm curious if he ends up trying to forgo something on the crab to try and set things up, because Jun has sweepers, immediately moved into River to completely sweep it out and make sure there are no wards. But does Flash just place one down now? No, looks like they're just going to back away. They have the TP to try and come back in, but yeah, you really need some help from Isma here if you want to try and turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, they have full information that Isma's hovering around the bot side jungle, so this is a really good base timing for them. They don't even need to invest the TP, I don't think. Yeah, because the wave is in such a good spot. You can just have the Varus run straight back to bot lane. And so Carzzy picks up the tier, gets a refillable pot for himself. Just a nice advantage. It's not a huge item advantage, of course, because it's just tier, but getting that stacking as quickly as possible is where you want to be.
And in that extended laning phase, not only getting the stacking, but just the extra mana when this is such a spell-focused matchup in terms of trades, will start to add up, will start to make a little bit of a difference, although they're still going to be suffering from a decent amount of poke. Linces taking down the top crab here. Eyes on the mid lane, once again, early on, going very well for Humanoid. Jackie's was a massive threat in game 1. He was the guy doing all of the damage across those fights, but once again is finding himself in a pretty subdued early game here.
Isma immediately going top side here, though, off the quick reset, so this could be a bit dangerous.
It could. Nocko trying to double dash through, but double dashing into the tower means a quick first blood. Maybe wanted to Houdini, a quick flash over the wall to try and escape, but it was just too far forward.
Really good punish from Isma, though. He'd gone for the reset after getting his bot side camps, and then just manages to find Nocko before he crashed the wave on top end. So in a great spot. Now bot side, they're trying to respond, but there's no real answer.
I think that to the viewers at home, it might seem odd as to why Nocko even went towards the tower. First of all, he wants to clear the wave and get the minions underneath the tower so that it doesn't get frozen on him. Secondly, if he gets close enough to that wall, he can flash over it and create enough of a gap that maybe he can trade flash for flash, which would be a great opportunity then for Linces to set up a counter gank play. So Isma committing his flash to get that kill, I think was a necessity, because now you keep Lot's flash, so he doesn't have to flash over the wall to chase Nocko, and also it does take first blood away, but I mean, hell, he committed his flash. Isma deserves it. So nice first blood secured, and GX off to a great start here in game 2.
Yeah, Locke building himself an early gold advantage at the very least, the assist as well as some extra CS. Perhaps a tower plate as well. Difficult for me to see.
See, now look at this wave here. So this is the advantage that Nocko was able to basically generate for himself. Because he got that wave pushed underneath the tower, now he can freeze it, because Lot didn't actually have an opportunity to base. He's going to be forced to use his TP. He will come back with a Sheen, which is a very nice item to come back into lane with. Will help his trading against Nocko. But, I mean, Nocko, this is generally how he's built his lead throughout the regular season, but I gotta stop this Fleshy.
Fleshy flash over, not even the Hex Blast, full committal here. Humanoid stacking up the CC. The Bear gonna find the stun. Now looking for the follow-up to finish off Jackie's and start sprinting forward. Tibbers not quite fast enough to get anything else there.
The supports doing a good job of being there for their mid laners. Jun having to commit the heal to escort his mid laner to safety, but no flash end up being used. Fleshy now has unlocked his Hex Flash after committing to that play. So we'll see what plays he's able to make on the map. But both AD carries happen to just farm, but credit to Kazi and Fleshy for building up initial leads.
Humanoid not really enough stacks in the front of Mania to get an immediate stun, so Jun taking a sweet time. The Mantra W for a bit of extra healing, but Tibbers is still hitting pretty hard. Jackie's has now finally arrived. Humanoid doing his best to sidestep there. Tibbers showing up just in time to body block. Another hook connecting from Fleshy, but again, there's not really a lot of follow-up damage. Only level 5 for Linsis. Landing the Martial Cadence. Initial stun is there. Linsis doesn't want to follow. Jun waiting over the wall could be dangerous. Isma now the one in trouble. Down he goes. Humanoid grabbing the kill. Jun running away with that blinking health bar. Jackie's not able to get anything back.
Vitality managed to make it work on the extended play. It took a little while for the cavalry to arrive, but once they did, Vitality were able to turn the play around, so first kill over to their side.
It's a scrappy affair here in the early game. I thought that was a very awkward situation for Vitality mainly to be in, because Humanoid had just chucked everything into the previous play that happened in the mid, so he didn't really have much left. So even though the hook does connect, Jun feels relatively safe here. He knows that there's not much to be worried about. He uses the Mantra W to get that heal back for himself. Isma then comes in from the flank, but the collapse from Noah is quicker. But Linsis then makes the good decision to actually target Noah, forcing him out of the fight very early. Then Fleshy's just tanking up all this damage. Kazi lets the Q fizzle, but it doesn't matter, because then the EQ comes through once more. GX don't have any more resources to continue this fight, and Vitality find themselves a kill.
Well played to balance things out. 1,000 gold now in their favor. Nako, you highlighted in the previous play he might have gone down, but got his wave in a good state, his lane in a good state, and has led to a bit of a gold lead, or at least a relatively even matchup thus far. It's really Humanoid and Karzi who are starting to pull well far ahead of their opposite number. And you got to feel for the side of GX, because in those close fights, it's so hard for them to finish off a priority target, because any beefy frontliner blocks like 90% of their damage. Ezreal, Karma, the Talia, they don't really get to pick those priority targets if they're not in an excellent position.
I mean, even Tibbers, right? Can't even
Or
help out in that
Tibbers, yeah.
regard, As Vitality, with the double TP out onto the map, will now try and use it to just steal away this blue and get position on towards the Dragon. But the wave was pushed in on that bottom side, so Karzi will lose out a little bit there.
Immediate ulti is going to be traded here on the top side. Dominus for Nako does a lot of work in just stacking that Fury for free without needing to walk into melee range of the Jack. So a lot needs to be a bit careful.
Yeah, that's the thing you have to be careful of. The minions will give you a lot of HP back. So Lot was definitely losing out on that trade, especially when the Dominus wears off. The ulti was dropped by Humanoids, as Annies always do. Oh, my ult's off cooldown. Better change that. Drops it onto the face of the enemy mid laner. Like, nice, I'm getting pushed.
Hook connects onto Noah, does manage to buff the heat just barely. As now we got a fist fight in the mid lane. Jackie's there with the perfect setup, the perfect follow, but Humanoid lives for an extra second. Not enough in the tank, however, to find the kill back. Isma grabbing another.
Nice job by Giant X, utilizing this Vi and Talia perfectly to get the kill onto Humanoid. He had the flash, but there was no point in using it. That was dead as done could be in the mid lane.
Nako healing up with the cold, just continuing to pressure. Has that HP advantage, the sustain advantage as well in this matchup, even in the face of Lost Grasp.
He's laning super well right now. He's actually been able to just build a 200 gold lead for himself. He should be able to get another plate. I mean, this is the Nako that we saw in the regular season, the guy that just consistently built lane leads against everyone, and why he was voted for as MVP. We'll see if he can have an MVP performance in this game.
Yeah, I did hear Odo and Finn talking backstage about him basically being the best Renekton in EU at the moment. Like, he just is absolutely insane in this pick and consistently gets the leads. And also does like to build both his GA and his Seeker's Arm Guard to be a little funky when he gets to the later portion of the game. So we'll have to see if that one comes through once again.
I'm going to say I don't entirely miss stopwatch, but I respect champions just building Seekers. Flash forward, the stun, really nowhere to go. Lynx is taking his sweet time. Cataclysm to come down. Nowhere for Jackie's to go. Both sides mid-jungle duo. Really good at forcing those kills. Isma, though, might be looking for a little bit more. Stun does manage to connect. Initial shield going in. Now the follow-up CC as well. Body block there from Humanoid, just trying to stop the Q follow-up. Fleshy there just in time.
Oh, it's heartbreaking for Isma. The CC train was just too strong. He couldn't get the kill, and it's another over to Vitality.
I think he thinks, because he has the Sundered Sky, this should be winning for him. He didn't have his ultimate off cooldown yet, of course. But it's understandable why Isma thinks he has the damage. Unfortunately for him, heal comes through for Fleshy, and Fleshy, I mean, the good news you can argue is Fleshy took the kill. Which, I mean, at least that doesn't go over to the Jarvan. But nice engage here from Humanoid. Flash trades the flash out. They still secure that kill. Obviously have to commit the ultimate from Linsis to ensure the damage is there. And then Isma recognizes, look at the damage, initially looks very good, gets the shield from his W, and then he also gets the shield from the Annie, which also helps. And then Norlis just walks in, joinks the hits.
Yeah, forgot to carry the stun in the mats. Ends up going down to the end, and there's another one.
Jack just took a tower shot.
Yeah.
This is a very bad start to a return to lane.
But I told you, if that Tibbers is off cooldown.
Yeah. And it's infuriating for Jackie too, right? Because there's just nothing you can do against the point and click stun. Feels like he has to flash just in case it is the Tibbers or the Disintegrate, but the fact that it's the Q needs to
Do we just repeat mid? The Tibber is walking over towards the bush, means that Isma kind of has to call a little bit early, but top lane, let's see how this one goes.
They can lock the block. Fleshy going to take the initial tower aggro. Aftershock there. They just managed to get lots of ult. Now I think they're just going to wait this out and go for the redive. Really good patience from the side of Vitality. Nako. The rest of his team's not here, but he doesn't care. He's going for an individual play. The Q over the wall from Isma fails, and it means there's no one there to save him. Nako continuing to run forward. The dive top went great, and everything is coming up Vitality.
So that is MVP Nako for the regular season. Man in a 2 versus 1 sees that Noah is overextended, has the cleanse, but it doesn't help him, and they end up finding a kill. On the top lane, the dive goes the way of Vitality, and Pad, he told the team to play with more confidence coming into game 2, and it looks like they're doing just that.
Yeah, there are rules in this game. When you're weak side, you're supposed to back up. You're not supposed to go forward.
He did back it up. It was just straight over Noah, though. That's the thing.
And look at the lead Kazi now has. That is a 35 CS lead. He also got the tower solo in the top lane, and securing the tower top lane, he even completed his role quest.
He's doing it again, isn't he?
He finished his role quest top lane. Oh, Noah.
Oh, no.
He doesn't know. But he's about to find out.
Oh, it's a crocodile. Here he goes. Noah holding onto a Z. Nako immediately dashing. A little bit more movement speed. The stun extending his range, forces the cleanse out. Noah just getting chunked. He doesn't have
He's running him down,
He has
bro.
E in a second.
Running him down.
Yeah.
There's a karma here.
Don't
He doesn't care. Oh my god. Oh. Are we? You don't see Renekton's this fed outside of solo queue. What is happening?
Nako Renekton.
I understand now. You guys said he was MVP. I believed you. I watched some games. I saw the good stuff. I was like, all right, I believe you. Now I really...
Yeah, it's just the most impressive part is against Ezreal. Ezreal's supposed to be able to get away from these situations, but Nako's just been reading Noah really
poor
well.
Noah, though, he's like, surely I can come back to lane.
He doesn't have any shoes.
Nako just sat there. He legit just sat there in lane and said, I'm gonna get you. Blue buff going to be stolen away, and now the momentum is very much in Vitality's control. All 5 role quests have been completed. That is a 4.5k gold lead, and it's 13 minutes in. Dragon is, well, the first Dragon of the game did go the way of GX, but you have to imagine that Herald is going to be the next big point of contention. And we should expect the Vitality bot lane to move over to mid. The Annie is probably, well, she's already sitting here on a side lane. I was kind of surprised to see Kazi rotating to bot. I guess they were thinking about a play, but they don't quite find anything.
Varus, of course, notoriously really excellent at forcing a mid lane prio here, although Noah with his ultimate can definitely do a good job of battling back.
I mean, he's got to be careful, right, just because Fleshy's having a wander. If you look at the minimap, you can see that right now he's sitting in the bot side river and he's in the enemy jungle. He is looking for some deep wards, but now GX want to make a cross-map play themselves.
And that is the benefit of having this Nautilus. It becomes a lot more stronger in the roam, but Nako, I think, can solo Isma. But
As he goes in, double dash back through him. Clean escape. Yeah, so is zoned off of the tower, but of course we do see Fleshy on the bottom side. Humanoid immediately going to force that wave in. Feels like Vitality are going for a bit of a counterplay here, but not in the best position to do so, as finally Humanoid will knock down that tower. And now it's GX going for a few more kills as Nako full Fury Bar dashes out again. Isn't quite able to get the Cold a week off in time.
TP him behind though.
Predator. As Karzi's now chasing him, but he goes face first into lock. Karzi, that is not what you want to be doing with your gold lead. Here comes Noah's ulti across the top. Isma will go down. Humanoid now looking for a bit of follow-up onto lot. Desperate to even this fight out in their favor as GX finally starting to retreat. Noah has arrived to the fight, but the bear is there. The front line is there. Hard for him to hit the targets he wants with the Mystic shots. Extra damage now onto Jun. Empowered W, healing him back up. An extra 200 health, not enough to save him from Linsis. This fight was not clean from Vitality, but it looks like they're winning it anyway.
This was so messy from both sides. Vitality, though, managing to turn it around thanks to the TP from Humanoid, and Linsis with a little bit of a clutch play on the flag and drag as well, but bizarre from Nako to start this out. just steps up, doesn't realize he's on a ward. Giant X immediately engage, and Lince is like, sorry lads, you're on your own. There's nothing I can do here. Tries to make the fancy feet work, but it isn't enough. But it's as Vitality show up then, they immediately turn onto Isma. Carzzy goes into his death randomly. And this really does look doomed, because even Humanoid is starting to get completely zoned out here. They managed to get the kill, but watch Linces as he predicts as they follow through on this, the flash from Jun. Because Linces here throws down the flag and drag as Jun flashes immediately with Linces able to follow, which then picks up the kill. And Vitality, thanks to some great hooks again from Fleshy, are able to chase down a bit more.
Oh, he's not dying, bro. He's not dying. It's Lince's aura.
I think that was after he relentlessly fed. Glass half full take for GX. You won, or you fought a very close fight despite a massive gold deficit. Glass half empty. Enemy 80 carry literally wrapped himself up and shipped him to you. DHL priority into your Jax.
Vitality are taking a little bit more of a sip out of that glass as well, though, because they got Rift Herald off the back of it too. So
that's true.
It does kind of work out for them in the end. Just messy. And I mean, a little bit disjointed compared to what we usually expect from Vitality, but they're getting the job done at least. A little more is what I said. Yeah, a little.
I'll give you that. Yeah, a little more. Yeah.
Fair.
I think that the thing that surprised me was the fact that Naklako just said, "Yeah, I'll take that fight." I think that was super overzealous. But here we are. The Herald secured. Drop mids. This should easily secure them control over the top side. Naklako, same spot as last time. This time, he is not going to fall. Top tower is going to drop. Vitality do, I think, have the grubs to secure this.
Breaking open mid would be big for them, although they're definitely taking a lot of time here. They will finally knock it down. Flush is there to support just in case. Now that that tower's open, makes it that much easier for them to try to set up these pick plays with the Annie and Jarvan.
Okay,
Dragon.
that is TP galore. What about the Talia ult? Where is that? Here we go.
Ready for a fight. Pushback hits Carzzy.
Are they
Carzzy has the flash.
All goes in, and Carzzy is once again dead. Relentlessly feeding, but it might not matter. It was all a bait as Humanoid face first into Jackie's the entire team there to follow up. The MVP has arrived. Mayhaps a bit too late, although they have enough damage to take down Lot. Stun going to connect onto 2, hoping for an angle out. He goes back in on Humanoid instead of trying to leap to safety, and it will cost him his life.
Wow, I mean, so GX are the ones to initiate the play. It seems a little uncoordinated at first, simply because Jackie throws out his ultimate, realizes there's an Annie sitting there at the end of my ultimate waiting for me to arrive, has to cancel it immediately. I mean, he doesn't even follow it up. I guess it's just a distraction tool. He actually knocks Carzzy over the wall. Okay, fair enough, Jackies. I was not familiar with your game. That was a nice setup for the backline collapse to take Carzzy out of the fight, but then Humanoid makes a good response play of his own, Flash ulting onto 2, and then just the front line of Vitality is simply stronger. So Lot almost gets a kill back onto Humanoid, but just falls short of having the damage needed.
Linces is massive. He already has 2 items. Like, he's ahead of both top laners. He's just going to walk out of this one. Yeah, point in case, like, Jarvan kind of big, and I think that's kind of helping to, even though you take out the AD carry, this jungler is just consistently getting the DPS you need out.
Definitely true. Both junglers very accelerated at 2 items before their respective solo laners. Not something we're super used to seeing. Carzzy getting closer and closer to having that tier fully stacked, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't get to push any buttons so far in any of these team fights. He does still get mid-prio at the very least, but I mean, credit to GX for consistently finding those angles, and you can see in the fight, Vitality very aware when Carzzy's just going to die. Fleshy didn't even try to peel for him, immediately went for the play Humanoid was making.
To be completely fair to Carzzy, in the last fight, there wasn't much he could do. It was the fight before that.
Yes, true. All in now, TP on the way forward. Humanoid finally going to drop the bear down. Isma is way less fed than he thought he was.
Wait a sec.
Humanoid taking his time, hoping to use the bear to body block, but now needs to back up. That TP, Kobe line, very bad. You can understand why he started it. But it's Humanoid who finished it.
I mean, I really like how proactive Isma is being on the map. He's trying his best to punish these side lanes, but Humanoid, I mean, he's making up for how he ended game 1. He got caught back-to-back on the Casio, but this game, 5-1 and 4, he's found some fantastic engages on the Annie. The only death he's had so far was the one gank that Isma threw towards that middle lane. But aside from that, a 5-1-4 scoreline is impressive to see, and this Annie's having a huge impact.
Yeah, Isma's response to that was to get rid of the no magic mantle he bought and change it to a cloth armor, which was not the learnings that I had from that situation. But fair enough. Yeah.
Pretty strong.
It is strong.
Do I think
Merc threads could be good, yes.
It's a tough one. There's a lot of physical damage, but It seems like Isma will be dying before the stun runs out at this rate, although a few more levels, a bit more HP might help out as we have some fighting on the bottom side. Ulti traded for ulti, as is the trend here. Cold Week offering a bit of healing for Knock Knocko.
Just farming the damage stats at the end of the game here.
I mean, it's the reset timer, right? Lot has his Sundered Sky completed, whereas Knock Knocko was still sitting on a ton of gold. So Lot trying to see if he can trade effectively with it. And does end up having to back away, though, as Vitality are on the hunt.
Knock Knocko is currently sitting on 2.4k gold.
And you can see Linces there obviously has access to the ulti, but with Isma standing right beside Lot, there's really no...
Knock Knocko, you should for sure base.
He's never been punished for that before.
It's funny because he has.
I understand. Whenever I don't know, guys, I'm just going to laugh. I was gone for 3 months, but I understand how the comedy of it works.
Well, a fight is about to start, and just to clarify, he has not based.
Well, Flashy might be dead. He might be paying the price, but Humanoid's already found a kill off to the side, and Isma is once again wondering if Merc Treads would have saved him. So jungler for support trade, I think you can say definitely favors the side of Vitality. So now Lot getting involved. So far, only able to lock up that bear. Bit rude.
Just keeping track. Knock Knocko still has a base. Oh, he's going back to base with 2.7k gold.
So it's nice. He should have stayed around for 3, to be honest. It's a round number.
Well, he might have enough to just, before he buys something, he's just going to buy a Sterak's. All right. Well, it didn't really matter. It ended up being a 1-for-1 overall trade of support for jungler. Still think pretty favorable for Vitality. Drakes are pretty even right now. We're going to take a look back at the play that happened on the bot side. GX know that with the Taliyah ultimate and Vi off on the flank, they can create a collapse. But Vitality just attacked the flank. Isma has no flash. He uses his Q, and he gets incinerated.
Yep. Flashy, of course, sacrificed there. The second he gets hit by any piece of CC, the team knows they either have to full commit or leave him to die. In this case, leaving him to die.
And he did lose his flash, but he unlocked Hex Flash.
Yeah.
So,
I like the positive spin.
You're very positive. You're really good at finding the positive. I don't know who you are and what you've done with Andrew Vidius Day, but I'm happy to have you here on the cast.
No, it was really funny yesterday because Busio thought he had Hex Flash, and then he just flashed in somebody's face. And he was like, oh, guess I'll make this play work.
There you go. Well, Vitality certainly are ahead in this game by a pretty wide margin, but because of the constant scrapping here, haven't really been able to set up a ton of control on the top side. Just now getting all that vision down, see if they can get more control over mid lane, but seem pretty determined to fish for a pick before going for any kind of big objective. It is a minute until the next Drake. Both teams at 1-1, so no pressure for either side really to take the Hex tag. Baron, the more important objective.
Yeah, but this is the position where these melee supports really do come alive, because it is we've got push on mid. Now it becomes significantly more of a threat if I start to roam, and you can see the Karma just isn't really cutting it here. Not even able to help Noah push out these waves. By the time they get mid lane, like, they are in such a commanding position as they start to shift around the map.
And this is one of the things that is going to be difficult for GX's composition, right, is that you look at Vitality's composition, really easy to see how they win fights, how they force fights. GX, a little bit more nuanced. Yes, you can rely on the Jack stun, but it's kind of often easy to outspace, to get away from. If Isma's the only one going in, well, he does lose 80% of his health bar in a single Annie rotation, so GX have to be really precise in terms of picking their fights.
Yeah, I do think you need another item on this Jax before he's really able to take over against the Renekton, and at least the silver lining here for Giant X is Dragon stacking hasn't really been there. We're 24 minutes into the game, and it's going to be second Dragon for one of these sides. So if Giant X actually start to try and trade around the map, like give Dragon for mid lane tower and start trying to get gold onto some of these carries, maybe there's a way in which they can try and delay the game into a later portion, but they are very much not having a fun time right now.
I think both top sides want to do the same thing, which is find a flank. So I think vision coverage is super important to track that flank, because as we've already seen, Kazi, he basically just gets melted if Lot can actually get on top of him. But I think the same situation is true for Noah. And if Noah is facing down Knock Knocko on the Renekton, he's going to be in a similar spot. So I think both top and jungle will be diving head first to try and threaten the backline. The biggest difference is Jackie's versus Humanoid, whereas Jackie's wants to try and play with range, find a pick, use his poke. Humanoid wants to press flash, roll his face on the keyboard, and hope that the enemy team just falls through his sheer damage.
Thus far has been working quite well for him. Yeah. And again, not to belabor this point too much, but really hard for the Ezreal and Taliyah to hit priority targets if it's Vitality kicking things off, right? You got to get through that Renekton health bar. You have to get through the Tibbers. You have to get through the Nautilus. So much of their damage is in the form of skill shots, which does give them some range, most certainly, but can count against you if Vitality are able to get on top.
And I think with the Dragon, it's a little unfortunate there because Giant X did eventually decide, hey, look, we don't want to fight this. Instead, we're going to try and put pressure on the top side of the map, but the decision was made so late that they weren't actually able to get anything on the tier 2. So now Vitality get back out, get to defend. They'll be able to push out these lanes and then start to establish vision in the top side of Giant X and look towards basically doing the same thing around the bar.
Interestingly, Carzzy has gone for the Bastion Breaker, which is kind of the siege item. I think originally intended for like lethality assassins to actually be able to break towers. So we'll do a lot of damage if he's given time on those towers. If he gets a takedown, gets that empowered auto to really shred through those defenses. Also just generically pretty well statted item, but kind of surprised not to see a spell shield here. It is obviously pretty easy for Noah to take that off of him, but can be really impactful against you know, things like the stun from Lot, or at least force a smite plus ulti out from Isma.
Keep my eyes on these GAs that are clearly being bought across the board. Isma foregoing his boots in order to prioritize having that respawn. Oh, Baron is being started on a control ward. Here we go.
And they're going to keep going. They saw the control ward and they've decided, well, it's still time.
It's not super fast.
Yeah, don't
but
have
it
the
is
on-hit
steadily
bar.
going down.
I think maybe just trying to bait the fight. They'll be happy to take it if they can. Isma getting the Mantra E.
Humanoid.
Lot off on the side. Humanoid fishing for the Baron. Goes completely wide. Jun loses half his HP, but that's just about it. Baron now resetting. Carzzy relatively low. Isma has to be careful not to overcommit. Lot looking for a priority member in the backline to try to find access. Isma initial CC on enemy jungler is good. Interrupted follow-up damage is there. Lot right on top of Carzzy is going to be able to quickly pick up the kill, but no, the Molten Shield there just in time as Lot goes golden. Buys himself an extra second, but it's Nako now who is set to fall because Noah starting to come alive in the fight. Jackie's on the way out, takes down Carzzy! A blinking HP bar, but he's the one who finishes it. Humanoid waiting for the next cooldown. Waiting for the rotation to be back up, but GX, this is where their range really starts to pay off. Noah just gets to free fire. A single Q connecting with this red buff could be devastating because it's a TP in on as well. Now coming through, Counter-Strike till connecting. Linces manages to find a kill back. Lot might lose his life in the exchange, however, is Fleshy gonna grab it. Humanoid goes golden, knockback is there. Noah perfectly timed on the ulti to get the shutdown, and now it's Linces versus Jackie's. Sidestep good, red buff there, flick back still connecting. It's an extended fight, red buff versus red buff, but Linces is losing this one. Flags and drags his way away, but now Isma is up, is alive. It should just be a portal out. He cancels it for a second there. I'm not sure if that was hesitation or a misclick, but looks like he will be able to escape.
What the hell are these fights? It's Fleshy Whitfiend, Humanoid Whitfiend that opens up for Giant X to start off on this engagement, and they think they found their moment, but it then becomes a tale of two top laners. As Isma ends up going in here, they end up trying to jump into the backline with Lot, but Nako does the exact same. Nako gets a ton done in separating Giant X, but Lot has a stopwatch to buy time. And at this stage, I thought maybe that was enough for Giant X, where now Noah and Lot have regrouped. Jackie's with the hero entrance over the wall to finish off the enemy as well. But at this stage, I thought Giant X had done it, but Vitality turned around.
LeBron James, I can basically...
Calculations. Oh, we're back into the action.
Oh, back into the action, most certainly are. Well, luckily the GA was completed. It was not used to much effect, and Vitality are going to get Baron. Oh, that's just League of Legends for you folks. Do we need the context? No.
Wow. Okay, so Isma just dies. What an anticlimactic way for that whole conflict to resolve.
That was some game, Season 8 Game of Thrones right there. I have no idea how that happened.
4 for 4. And so the thing about that fight was it's a great demonstration of how GX's comp ideally wants to work with the poke, the range, how difficult it can be for Vitality to close that gap if that initial engage doesn't connect. Humanoid missing the flash ult. Flashy missing the hook means that a lot of those tools just disappear and they cannot lock anyone down. But then, if your jungler in the follow-up ends up just getting caught and you give away Baron, then all that hard work that you fought for in that previous fight just goes to nothing.
Especially when our talking point has been the patience that we got to see from Giant X, but here, just
so a nice flank.
Yeah. Fog of War, Nako making the plays once again on this Renekton. Sets up perfectly with Linces and Fleshy to pick him off.
It's just a Hex Gate diff.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, he thinks he's safe with the vision coverage that he has, but that pocket, using the Hex Gates, completely caught him off guard.
Also, shout out to Linces. 6-0 and 10, 3K individual gold lead. This man has been everywhere. Nako certainly the one who started that play, but Linces One who finished it is now another Hextech Drake going over. If they get the Soul, I mean, it's already a 5K gold difference. It already feels like this game might just be over, but Soul certainly would be the final nail in the coffin.
And it was MKoi who wanted to shut down Linces in their series and did a really good job of it. The man was completely invisible, but coming into game 2, it's back to kind of what Linces was doing all regular season long, as getting control in the early stages and being a major deciding factor for Vitality in their games.
Right, Hexgate action once again.
Oh, there's multiple people coming through the Hex Gate. I don't know about this one. The Annie gonna get stunned up. She will get to push her buttons at the very least. And now the front line is there. The Bear ready to body block. The wall getting brought down as Linces finally gonna arrive. The 3-man Cataclysm, but the Bear can't get involved. Linces might just give his life for this one. That's a caster curse, folks, right as I praise him. The shutdown is there. Vitality full control of the top side, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange.
The ult looked really good, but the tippers had already been used. He tried to keep them confined into that pit long enough for the rest of Vitality to collapse. They couldn't quite close that gap quickly enough, but they are getting towers. The Baron siege is strong, and Vitality have set their sights on this tier 3 tower.
They want to find hope, but the Bear is just looking to body block. Nice buffer coming in from Fleshy on the hook. Will be the top lane inhibitor breaking down.
Inhibitor secured. Hex Gates, Isma. There's not a flank play here. I can tell you that right now.
You say that, but he dropped a control word. He's thinking about it.
There is not a play here.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Isma.
We're going to come back from the break and 3 people are going to be dead.
So, used to the Hex Gates, Vitality say, let's go. Let's see. Oh, there's a fight here. Let's start a fight. And it ends up being a bit of a brawl that I think GX was not prepared for.
But it's the fact that there's 4 members of Giant X here, and they just can't follow up with Lot. Vitality able to find the time to connect, and then Linces, great looking ultimate, but no one was able to follow with the position that they were in.
That, the second
when I say we're going to come back and 3 people are going to be dead, I was wrong. No one is dead yet. Isma is once again in no man's land. Gets interrupted mid-dash, getting chunked out. Lot trying to save the day. Will still get taken out, but it's a 1-for-1 thus far. Nako on the chase, looking to lock up Jun. Lot doing a lot of damage, but oh, so is Nako. Another stun connects, the flick back connects, but Noah is now running for his life. Linces on the way, a nice buffer on the ulti coming in from Noah. Carzzy really just has not arrived to the fight quite yet, but he's finally here. Lot escaping, another good pushback from Jackie's. The GX are starting to win the fight. Carzzy in trouble now, he stepped past the front line. Now he's in danger. Vitality thought they were winning and it's all falling apart.
Jackie's with an amazing outplay, utilizing his range to perfection. And Carzzy, I don't think can get away from this.
He's dead.
That's going to be a kill. Noah, he secures it with the E. Wow. Vitality overextend. They think they found a huge play to wipe GX off the map, but they end up finding their own downfall.
Yeah, Isma overextended here. Humanoid end up catching him out, but it's the burst damage onto Humanoid afterwards with that flick back from Jackie's that completely turns it. But here we go. Nako found Noah.
Going in. 30% HP. Does not care. Fist fighting Noah, who's now procced his GA. It probably should just back up. Probably does not need to be involved anymore, but he's going to play with fire.
Wait, Vitality's just throwing. Yeah. They're just straight up throwing the game right now. Look at the minimap. Look at the bot side of your screen. You see entire bot side camps available, and Isma is just going to steal them all. Jun getting deep vision to garner information. They will be spotted. This vision can be cleared out, but top side is being pushed in. Bot side camps are being stolen. There's a blue buff available on the top side as well, which Lot can turn his attention to, look to steal away those camps. Like, this is great for GX as the goal gap now disappears.
Noah was 1,500 gold behind Carzzy. It is a 4,500 gold swing for the Ezreal, and who's now just working towards his last item. That is a massive swing for Giant X, and now they have the damage dealer that they need to actually get through this front line of Vitality.
This is a terrifying backline from the side of GX at this point. Jackie's with the death cap completed, 10 stacks in the book as well, and you've seen the front line they enjoyed for so long starting to really just melt in these skirmishes and exchanges.
I mean, he's dead.
He's running, living for an extra second. Will just fall though.
Yeah, what is Vitality doing? They had such a good position. They had such a good lead.
That's a great emote.
They overextend in the top lane. And again, it comes back to this conversation about the draft. That whole idea of Ezreal Talia is you play with your range. Now, Humanoid flashes in, but going to be completely offset by the Mikhails. He throws an ultimate back as a thank you message. Clears out the wave, and GX now with the gold lead.
I mean, it'd be absolutely insane if Jackie's and Giant X confirm Vitality first place, only to then knock them out. Like, what an insane line for Giant X.
Okay, we're in one game.
I know.
They did already win one game. Actually, you're right. Okay, I'm with you, Rob.
Yeah.
Let's live in the dream. And right now, it's a very simple dream for GX. It's don't give up this soul, which they'll at least buy themselves 5 more minutes, buy themselves a bit more time. Is Noah going to use his ulti just to see if the Baron has been started. Vitality have been playing pretty fast and loose, so I think it's a fair call just to see if they have committed anything to the objective. And for Vitality, the gold is even now. The advantage you had early on was quite frankly squandered, thrown away completely.
He bought a Mage Eyes. Jackie's has a Mage Eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Baron being started. Here we go, Vitality. Is this a throw?
But they do it so slow.
I mean, I think the point is to put pressure, get some maybe TP, force GX to make a decision.
Okay,
oh, they're flipping this, they're flipping it, they're flipping it.
Okay, Noah, ulti over the wall, Q over the wall, Knock gets it! Dash backwards, they're going to be able to try to burn through Knock as quickly as they possibly can. He goes down. No, he lives for an extra second. Trying to sidestep from Noah, but the auto attack will connect. Noah now in trouble as he's caught in the Cataclysm. Ulti looks like it did not quite connect from Carzzy, but he's untouched for now, and he does a heck of a lot of damage. Lot going to get picked off. Vitality, 4 members getting the Baron. What is happening?
So the Baron was at 1403, and Smite did 1400 damage, and Renekton's Q went off at the same time. I'm pretty sure that's what actually secured the Baron. What an ambitious flip from Vitality. So if we could get a slow-mo on the HP of the Baron, just keep your eyes on it. It goes down to 1403. Yeah, it's 3 HP, and so his Q is what secures the Baron there. Just as the Vi is coming over the wall, insanely close. Then the Vi ends up dropping. Lot does so much work in this fight, by the way. Turns his attention onto the backline, tries to shut down Humanoid. Humanoid drops the stun. Vitality then turns to peel for their backline, so Humanoid doesn't end up falling. It ends up just being a trade of the top laners, but Vitality walk away with the Baron.
What a game, guys.
Everything is funny, man.
That's not the
that was the least convincing. That was the words sounded like Carzzy. The voice absolutely did not.
That sounded more like disappointed dad. All right, well, with the Baron, they're now setting up a siege.
Humanoid gets caught. He's dead.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god! Okay.
Just on the chase.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm out of words. 2-man stun going to find the follow-up. Blitz is now going to be in trouble. Full ulti now coming in from Isma to the backside. That's Carzzy gone. There are no carries left. Knock, go! You have to kill everyone. That is your challenge. He's running. He does not want to accept this challenge. The Baron has been squandered.
Yeah, it's MVP, not 1v9 in this sort of game, you know? I think it's just out of it. Humanoid gets caught, and Giant X.
I mean,
this is insane.
This is crazy. Vitality had such a lead, and then they walk pot with Baron after flipping the Baron. They take a huge risk, then they siege with that objective as 5, and Humanoid just dies. And similar to what we saw in the previous game.
And we are seeing a trend right now, which is Humanoid is blasting Jackie's early, but it does not matter. Jackie's is always more relevant in the later stages of the game. The control mage priority here from him really paying off as GX might just be pushing for the end. 23 seconds.
This shouldn't be game. I think it's just too ambitious from GX. They should be happy with the inhibitor that they get. I think it's just too risky.
It might be the right level of ambition. They push in to kill Humanoid again. The man has not pushed a button for 2 minutes. Carzzy now in trouble. Knock up on the lot. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. They need to push the wave in. Knock go eye on the prize though, clearing the wave, trying to deny the option to end the game. So GX settling for a pick onto Humanoid. This is a bit over eager.
Oh my goodness. So, I mean, great target focus from Lot. Sees the Annie isolated, dives straight on top of Humanoid, gets the one shot, and they're threatening it. But let's look back at the pick on the Humanoid. He steps up to get one auto knock. Oh, Jackie's. I mean, Jackie's is just having such a great game. He has saved this game multiple times now for GX. What a performance, what a step up from him. And then, I mean, the rest of the fight is just kill Carzzy. Good use of the ultimate. The diving buddy there of Lot takes Carzzy out of the fight, and at that point, it's just clean up.
And we talked a lot about GX, right? Last time I was here, it was still the Noah Jun story. Over the course of the split, it's been so much more about mid-jungle. And while there have been some hiccups, some poor moments from Isma, Jackie's has continuously delivered across this series, popping off, finding those crucial picks, and Vitality. Look, game 1 GX were cleaner, they were more composed. Vitality really making these big unforced errors, these big fumbles. And GX now feeling so comfortable in a game where they were almost 6,000, 7,000 gold behind just 10 or so minutes ago.
I mean, it's a great development for Jackies because he was kind of the player that was promised for so long, right? He was the guy from the algorithm, the one that was supposed to be mathematically one of the next big mid laners. But he is really coming into his own this split. Let's see if he can now carry this game.
And I think it's also in a position for Lot to try and do so with all those items they've completed. But with the Dragon here, one steal, one net, Linces, that soul. Giant X started up. Vitality just trying to brute force.
Move in. GX has to be really careful not to group. The AoE damage is still a threat.
They've conceded a lot of control here.
Linces going to go for the 50-50, zoned away. Who's going to be able to grab it in the end? This time it's Isma, crucially, but now he's been locked up by Carzzy's ultimate. The cleanse coming out, but not quite soon enough. Lockup is there from Fleshy's ult as Isma's forced to flash over the wall. Fleshy's still healthy. Knock Knocko 1v1ing with Lot. Fleshy continues to body block the follow-up damage there. Redemption coming down from the sky. Hook connecting, but Noah buffers. Fleshy down. The extended fight favoring GX thus far as Knock Knocko looks to make the turn. Stun follow was going to be there, but Lot doesn't have quite enough health bar. Manages to take one down in the meantime. Carzzy has to be the damage dealer. Good damage coming across. Q connecting on one. Retreat there. Sidestep, force flash back, but there's Isma. Able to escape, recall, and rejoin the fight, and once again, GX taking it as Noah going legendary.
It looked like maybe Vitality had a chance, but the Unraveled Earth was so clutch on so many occasions for Jackies in that fight, and Giant X now only have Knock Knocko to stop them as they turn towards the base.
I think they can just end the game. They have a wave, they've got the super minions, it's only Knock Knocko left standing. Fleshy will come back up in time, but I don't know if that's enough.
He wants the shield.
There.
Just the shield. He wants to go for it.
Fair call. Knockback. The shield is now gone. He's trying to clear as much as he can. GA there. Fleshy wants to run in, but they're just deleting the towers. They know if they just focus on the objective, focus on the Nexus, they should be able to end it. Jackie's getting zoned away. The cinematic angle just to watch him die from a different perspective. GX 2-0 up. The 6th seed from the regular season. The team that could not handle teams at the top of the table, changing the script today.
I am super impressed with their resilience, with their patience. We'll see if they can continue this performance right after this break.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm Nick crushing.
Whoops.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Combo free. I'll fight. Can slow fight.
Roadtrips is going.
Okay.
Hook in 3. Let's go more.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Zil? Yeah. Okay, no, yes.
Nice. Holy.
I'll check out.
Aura, man.
Don't die.
He's not dying, bro. He's not dying. It's Lin's Aura.
Minus 1 HP there. Java no IQ. Guys, if you don't LeBron James. He cannot take it. Kill him, go bot. Nice. Good job, guys. Sorry, Broly. No worries, man. You kill him.
Nice. One more, guys. Okay, don't get cocky. One more. They're not terrible.
50 Shades of Throws. That is the book that Vitality decided to write today as GX takes us to the first match point. And I want to come to you first, Finn, because you were mocked. People laughed at you. When we had the meeting for the broadcast on Wednesday and you said that you believed in GX, people thought you were taking crazy pills. Please speak your truth, King. This is your time.
We were promised the rom-coms.
Yeah.
A rom-com. And rom-coms, they are predictable.
Okay.
And this series has also been quite predictable. It was quite clear, I think. Anyone with a clear analytical mind would see that GX was poised to take this series. Don't mind the gold graph early game, just, you know, building the tension. You know, in the middle of a rom-com, you feel the tension. Oh no, he doesn't love her. Oh no, she doesn't love him. She's gonna go to a different country. But in the end, they end up together, just like how GX won this game.
I mean, it's a classic bait and switch, and it just makes me wonder, like, is gold even real in our region? We see this happen all the time. We've seen G2, the arguable best team in our region, even they, when they get a 6,000 gold lead, they throw it. And now Vitality does the same, back-to-back. They just continue throwing. And I just don't understand, like, how you have the game. I feel like you have the game, but then you just get to 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and you're like, okay, now we are going to team fight. And whoever plays the team fight better, that's who wins. Who cares about gold?
No gold lead is safe when Vitality is around, that's for sure.
The Rift is not safe when Vitality is playing, and actually, I want to watch that team fight where things change and the game shifted in GX's behavior, because, as you said, Jack, you don't know what happened? I don't have a fucking clue what happened there, honestly. How did they make it happen?
So let's look at it, okay? Because there was a lot of fights. Let's see what's happening here. So it's actually Vitality that started his Baron and then wants to turn. But crucially, Humanoid missed the flash Tibbers. And suddenly now all of Vitality is on the retreat. And you see Humanoid is completely zoned off in the right side of this fight. And I think Lot buys a lot of space. Despite Isma going super deep, it is still, I think, a good fight for GX.
I mean, it's just super messy all around. Like, both teams go a little bit too deep. Knock goes well. Jackie's able to pick off Carsey. Really clutch there. And then with that, then Jackie's can just base TP back, and that's kind of when it's over for Vitality.
You would think, right?
You would think.
Sure, the GX is waits for the Talia TP to come in and then go in. No. Lot walks up, gets hooked. Linsas finds a nice pick on the Jun. And this is kind of the spirit of the series, I feel like, that it's just super messy team fights for both sides. Neither team is really showing any patience. Neither team is really showing any discipline, and they just want to click the champions that are in front of them. And I think right now GX is doing it slightly better, so they're coming out on top.
And the problem is that this is an elimination match. And the fact that they have such lack of discipline and lack of patience, for me it's baffling, because it's like do or die. It's not like, this is not like, as much as we want to like have fun with like the lovers, you know, in the mid lane, it's still, it's do or die for these teams. And I want to see Vitality take this seriously and reverse sweep.
And that's the thing, we've been used to Vitality making the best out of impossible situations, and in the Euronics play of the day, actually time and time again, and this time again, it's GX who turns the fight, and they secure match point with this one. This top lane fight was bananas, honestly.
I mean, it's funny because once again, it starts with someone getting caught, which seems to be a rule this series. Now, Nako feels very strong. He finds his pick onto Karma, and it's natural here. You are one man up. You really want to chase this fight, but look at Jackie's right now. They keep kiting, dodges the Nautilus hook, and he's gonna find a masterful flick here onto two people. And I was like, why didn't he flick them in? But the Death Stance ends up picking off the Jarvan, and now it's just target practice for Noah on this Ezreal. He's shooting fish in a barrel, he's shooting goats in a pod. I don't know what he's trying to aim at, but it was a fantastic play by Jackie's.
And this fight by Jackie's was so pivotal as well, because you can easily imagine their Vitality is able to run them down. They just end the game. It's an open inhib. They can just finish through the Nexus Towers, and that would have just been GG for Vitality, which I was waiting for. I was expecting it the whole time, but they kept kind of pulling a rabbit out of the hat and finding picks and finding opportunities, and now Vitality is 2-0 down, feeling like they fell for the same trick twice, losing team fights back to back. It's painful.
So, I mean, this is now, they have their backs against the wall. And I think one of the core fundamentals of Vitality seems to be that they were always laughing. They're always having fun. They're always smiling.
Carsey's not been laughing this series.
Yes. When things get this tough, that's really when it gets challenged. Can you smile, laugh, and joke away your mistakes when you're 0-2 down in a series and you're about to get eliminated in the spring playoffs? I think this is really where they have to come together as one.
I feel frustrated, and I'm just watching. I can't imagine like playing that series. Like if I was Carsey, he was up 2,000 gold on Noah at like 15 minutes and ended the game down like 5,000 gold with Noah just taking over.
It's like I blinked and Noah was 5 items, it felt like. I just closed my eyes for a minute and then he's super fed the Ezreal. He looks super good every single fight. But you gotta remember, Noah was getting absolutely destroyed in the lane, getting caught off on strong side by a Renekton twice. A lot of mistakes from him, but a great comeback nonetheless.
I don't know where to look at now, because yesterday we've talked about those teams in the loser bracket and their demons, and when we've talked about Vitality, we've talked about the fact that playoff disasters is something that they need to overcome. Draft is another one. I feel like Draft, this time around, they got it right. How do you overcome the lack of discipline? The fact that it's this chaos that initially made them stronger, that is actually making them lose right now. They're getting lost in their own sauce.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, if this isn't a wake-up call already, then I don't know what is. Like, you had 2 games that you easily could have won, especially this last one. Just the fact that they had the Nash and then Humanoid gets caught on bolt and everything. It's just like, it's silly mistakes. It's mistakes that you make in a scrim game and somebody's like, okay, but I'll never do that in official, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'll have more discipline on stage, right? That's what they keep telling themselves, but hasn't really been the case for Vitality so far, as We are now going into the dreaded Fearless draft, which has been one of the main concerns for Vitality, especially when it comes to that Game 3, Game 4. That's when you kind of start thinking, is Vitality gonna mess up this draft? Because they have had oopsies in the past, and now, with so many champions being taken out, you gotta really watch where you put your feet.
I like, though, that Vitality chose second pick, so they'll have that last pick for Knock-Knocko. I think Knock-Knocko on the Renekton last game still had a really good game,
Absolutely.
and overall I really liked the
Absolutely.
Vitality draft. They had a ton of pick potential, they had strong winning lanes, and I think they can just try to, like, if I am Pad after that series, I just tell my players, that was really stupid, don't do that again, and we'll draft very similarly.
Yeah.
And I think you just try to run it back with winning lanes again, with a strong counter pick for Knock-Knocko, because they can be a team that can really dominate. I think Noah had a really tough early game. He had a really tough start in a matchup that should be good for Giant X, so trying to punish him is a really good plan for Vitality.
Yeah, but now crucially, the Jarvan, who is usually being permabanned on red side, is
It's
now
already been
taken
picked.
out already.
Yeah.
So you can unlock yourself another ban, which is quite weird because Vitality got the Jarvan for free pretty much last game and didn't really translate it into victory, so we'll have to see what they use their extra ban for. Already banned the Sion, trying to maybe make top lane a little bit more volatile, give Knock-Knocko a little bit more of leeway so you can kind of find a matchup where you can really push it to the limits.
I mean, with Lulu out as well, there's very little support. Enchanter pairings, I was about to say, but now with the Lucian first pick, it's probably going to be a Lucian Milio for Giant X, unless they can get a good Braum angle to pair up with it.
Could also be Nami, right? I mean, I don't know if that's still...
I think Milio is just
Yeah.
better most of the time, but I think you can go for the Nami, it's more burst. We'll have to see. I mean, Vitality, if they play the Rakan, it's probably just going to be Saya Rakan into it. Probably the Saya going exhaust and then just kind of trying to play for these all-ins and just survive the early laning phase. And then once both the Saya and Rakan get level 6, it's a lot easier.
Yeah,
And paired up with the Wukong is nice
you don't
as
need
well.
to beat the Sai right now. If you
course.
want to secure your best jungle, which seems to be the Wukong, I mean, Wukong Rakan is a classic skirmish comp. You
Yeah.
fight in the river, Wukong goes in with the Cyclone, and the Rakan just follows up and tries to CC lock them for the teammates to kill. So, solid fight pickup here for Vitality, but already now you're seeing GX hover around.
I mean, I think now
the
Nami
waters.
has more value because you can cancel the engage
Yeah.
from Vitality, while Milio isn't playing into any CC here. I mean, there is the Rakan charm, but it's kind of like whatever, right? It's more about the knockups. So I actually like the Nami adaptation, and then they decide to go for the Skarner as well to have some front line for this Lucian Nami. So far, I like what both compositions have going for them. I think it's just going to be a Saya here for
we
Vitality
expect
on
the Saya, right? It's kind of a sword versus shield comp, where the GX comp really wants to halter the enemy engage, while Vitality wants to send everything they can onto the carriers of GX, which definitely seems on brand for them. But we're gonna have to see if GX can pull off this comp, play a little bit slower, and try to kite out these engages, which, to be fair, they have done a good job of so far in this series.
What are we looking at top lane, Finn, here for a potential blind pick for...
So Gnar is the
GX.
main blind pick that you kind of want to set up the Vayne ban for. But the thing is, if you want to set up the Gnar blind, first of all, Vitality could just take the Gnar on 4 if they want to. But I expect we're gonna see some ranged top bans here coming out from the side of GX. The Vayne ban, I think, is quite
Is
obvious.
Kennen another one that you worried about? I think like Wukong, Kennen, Rakan can be... But is Kennen good enough into Kennen and lane to make it really unplayable?
I mean, Kennen in lane is a solid answer into Gnar. You can for sure pick it. I don't think you are struggling so much as Gnar into Kennen these days. You have a lot of tools to kind of bolster that matchup. You go the Doran's Helmet, gives you the armor and the MR to kind of hinder that early game damage. But Vitality is not targeting the mid lane pool. They're banning out the Azir, and they're banning out the Mel. And I assume we're going to see a mid lane pick here on 4. And to me, this kind of speaks that they want to pick a short-range bursty mage.
I think Ahri on 4
I'm thinking
here could make a lot
Ahri,
of sense.
Aurora as
Yeah.
well comes to mind. Something that can just follow up on the engages of Linces.
I think the Mel ban specifically, I think is an Ahri, because I think Aurora is pretty like chill into Mel. She doesn't have much to reflect.
Yeah.
While trying to play Ahri into Mel is really painful. She can always reflect all of your spells. And just Ahri Wukong is the combo that's tried and tested, a real classic. So I think that's what we're going to see here from 4, from Vitality, and then we'll have to see what... Oh,
it's
no,
going to be a
it's
Twisted Fate
TF.
flex pick. That's very clever, because now you can actually choose to put this TF mid. I think that's what the Mel ban was for, because that is really annoying. You can stun card the Mel.
True.
But then again, you can also just put the TF top if you really want to right now, because there's a lot of good matchups for TF top in this meta, especially safe lines that Lot might as well go for. Right now, it's hovering the Olaf. I don't think it's a great choice, because it's quite tough playing Olaf into the Rakan. Obviously, Wukong can just kind of kite you out, make your Ragnarok go extinct. But it will be locked in as an Olaf blind pick, technically. It is good into the TF. You can't really stun card him.
What would you want to see on... Oh, they get the Nivea. I just realized that Nivea went through this whole draft, actually. What is Knock picking here?
I mean, ooh, it's quite tough into the Olaf. You could go for like a Jace if you really want to go into that range, but I feel like now with this dive comp, Kled is a good matchup. Akali also makes sense. We saw Kana play this 2024 into Adam's Olaf and kind of struggle.
Akali.
But the good thing about Akali into the Olaf is that because Olaf needs to hit things to reset that old timer to be able to not get CC'd, Akali can just nullify that with her Shroud entirely. Sit in the Shroud, wait at the Olaf ult, and then go for the fight.
We've had a lot of criticism for Vitality's draft in the past, especially going into those Game 3, Game 4 drafts. How do we like it so far? It is their last chance to make it work.
I can't believe Giant X got a Nivea on 5, to be honest. And the Nivea Nami is a great combo as well. Overall, I still prefer Giant X's comp despite the cool Akali pick.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for a lot. I think this matchup can be quite tough for the Olaf, but in general, I favor GX comp a lot more.
Let's see what happens then. As we said, GX 2-0 in this series. Fans did not believe in them, but they managed to make it work. And for Vitality, 5 games lost now. It is their last chance to make it work and save their playoffs race.
Well said, Lore. Certainly would be a fall from grace. Regions of the regular season, first place, pretty undisputed. MVP, top laner, winless in playoffs, on the road to a 0-6 finish. Up against GX now, 0-2. Match point for this GX lineup.
That would be crazy.
That would be crazy. Let's see if it happens. Getting into what very well could be the final game of the series for 2 games in a row. Vitality has had massive leads and advantages, but each time GX has managed to crawl their way back.
Stats of hitters.
Yeah, Humanoid, fun fact, little quiz for you guys at home. What is Humanoid's record the last 5 times he's played TF? Has it been good or has it been bad? What do you think, Rob?
Well, the thing that I remember is a TF Seraphine Braum draft, which didn't go fantastically. So I'm going to say it's not looking too hot.
Well, he is 0-5 in his last 5
That makes
games,
sense.
so
yeah.
It is poetic because he's also on a 5-game losing streak. Unrelated, this is Knock's 100th game. Now this graphic is really friendly and cool if they win. It is, we're not soft flaming by playing that now. This is not negative gaming.
It's more just a fact, okay?
It's a fact, and we're happy to celebrate it.
I mean, Knocko has definitely drawn a lot of attention this split. He did have a fantastic regular season, so which is why it's so crazy to think that Vitality could be knocked out a single game away, especially by GX's the scrap in the bot 2v2.
Oh, walking very far forward. Exhaust used there by Carzzy. So 2 summoner spells exchanged for 1.
So the exhaust is going to be valuable against that Olaf later on into the game. The ghost, I mean, it's a very common staple that we see from Olafs as Jackies finds some very nice trades in the 1 versus 1. The wave now in a bit of an awkward spot for Humanoid, but I think that, yeah, it looks like it's going to push back towards him slowly but surely. But yeah, this Olaf pick, I kind of agree with what the analyst was saying. Like, I think it could be really problematic as the game continues. And Lot, to his credit, has had a very solid series so far. Often been a point of criticism for the team, but I think he's playing super well in this series versus Vitality. And I think that on this Olaf, I'm excited to see what he can do.
I'm also curious how this bot lane's now going to work, because with the very early exhaust, it didn't really net a massive advantage. Like, you still have the barrier for Noah. I do think you're in a position now where level 2, level 3, Noah and Jun can look for some all-ins against Carzzy and Fleshy, especially as they start to take over level 3 off this wave.
Also, we're seeing the proxy on the top side of the map. Gotta say, heads-up play from Lot. Knows his wave clear is fantastic, and Knock's is pretty abysmal early on. So proxy's a wave, immediately resets. Knocko locked under his tower, no hope of really freezing here. It'll just be the reset with Lot getting effectively a free recall.
Keep my eyes on the junglers as well. Love to see what their early pathing is. So far, it looks like nothing too creative from Isma or Linsis. The bot crab will be secured by Isma thanks to the bot lane priority that his team does have, which means that Linsis is going to have to take the long way. He may choose to go base. Actually, he may... No, okay, he's going to choose to go base. I thought he may be considering a lane gank. It looks like he might be shadowing the lane just in case of a dive.
Yeah, I think that's what he was waiting.
Oh, I mean, they've spotted it.
Yeah.
Good read. Still haven't spotted Linsis. Crucially, he's going to go around the corner. And now we'll see him as Isma, realizing he is not welcome here, going to very slowly walk his way out to safety.
Weird W from Fleshy. I don't know if he was expecting the immediate flash from Isma as he saw Linsis, but Isma didn't end up using anything, so Fleshy kind of just a swing and the miss on Isma gets to walk away.
Great news for Isma though, because hey, Wukong was bot lane. I can run through walls, so I'm gonna beeline through your jungle, head straight towards that top crab, which you did not get, and I'm gonna take it. So even though the bot dive doesn't result in anything, Isma finds himself with a small lead.
It is a little unfair that a Scorpion can move faster through jungle than ever. I'm just putting it out there.
Hey,
Yeah, that's...
and in the world of League of Legends,
anything is possible.
That's what happens, okay? The jungle belongs to the Scorpions over there, Rob, okay?
To be fair, if we you know, found a Scorpion as big as Skarner, it probably would be a slightly more competitive race. Wukong is very real-world monkey-sized. You know, like that's like a gorilla-sized. That's like a very big. That Scorpion's like a semi-truck, bro. Like, I don't know. Probably easier for him to make some ground when he's, you know, 100 times the size, 1,000 times the size. So.
All right, well, so far we find ourselves in a quiet early game because we're talking about giant Scorpions. But it's important to remember that there's a lot on the line here. This is an elimination series. The winner will be moving on to face KC tomorrow. There is no room to breathe. Lot's getting very low.
Oh, good sidestep on the shuriken flip there. That probably would have finished it.
Yep, it would have, absolutely. The E plus the Ignite would have had enough damage, but the Ghost, the extra movement speed, gets him away to safety. But yeah, as I was saying, tomorrow, one of these teams has to go straight into the KC best of 5. The winner of that will then go up against Koi in our finals weekend, which is happening next week. So even a victory here, a reverse sweep would be needed. The road doesn't suddenly get any easier.
Vitality's road at this point, down 0-2, is pretty diabolical.
Yeah.
Incredibly difficult to be prepared to win all 3 games back-to-back, that kind of pressure. Then sleep if you can, show up tomorrow and have to do it all again. GX a bit easier given the pace at which they're getting through this series, but of course job is not done yet. Can't really afford to be thinking about KC or a potential future opponent when you still have one standing in front of you.
But GX have got to be feeling great, especially when we think back to Versus. Last split, the conversation was, should GX really be in the top 4? Because they had a best of 3 versus Na'Vi, whereas KC ended up matching against Vitality, and the conversation was, well, if Vitality went up against GX, GX would have been knocked out and Vitality would have been top 4. But now they get to put the Talus to rest as it's a gank in the top lane.
Yeah, level 6 here for Knock-Knocko, taking his time getting as much damage as possible. CC immune is the walk, healing up off the clone. Knock-Knocko dashes in. Another sidestep on the shuriken flip, though. Credit to Lot. They're just waiting out the ultimate before they try and finish this kill. TF ulti in. They will finally get him. No, got interrupted in the mid lane. Luckily, Lince is able to get out and Knock-Knocko able to grab the kill. That could have been disastrous.
I thought it was about to be disastrous. Loss nearly able to get the kill back onto Lince, forcing the flash away. Vitality, though, will end up getting the kill on that top end.
Wow, very close. Very, very close, but Vitality do draw first blood and they hand that kill over to the Akali. Getting this champion accelerated is extremely valuable. The good news for Isma, though, stealing away the blue buff, stealing away the crab. Everything going the way of Isma in this early game as he's gotten himself, what's that, a 4-camp lead already here in the early game. Things looking up for Isma.
Yeah, Lince is afraid to enter his own jungle on the top side. Was waiting there a little while. Will only now go in to get his romp. So Giant X will end up getting that steal and slowing down Lince a little bit, which, especially against the Wukong, always nice to do. Will hit 6 though off of his wolves at least.
That he will, that level 6. Gonna give him a lot more agency to make plays, of course, as we get to the mid game, especially with Knock-Knocko winning out in that individual matchup with support from his junglers. The side lane collapse plays that Humanoid can make a lot more potential mobility. The team fights against the Anivia, terrifying, but the semi-global pressure of his ultimate can do a lot of work.
I may have missed one of you two mentioning it, but I only just realized myself that, I mean, Dragon was secured while that top lane gank was happening. So I didn't realize that. I thought Isma was just focusing on power clearing through his jungle, but no, he was being super proactive, finding a nice cross map. Oh no, what am I talking about? They got it while we were yapping, weren't we? Yeah, I'm just an idiot. It's okay.
Isma's
doing good.
Isma's doing good, and it's a weird situation where so little has happened that you forget the little things that have happened. Although, you know, we have a very sneaky Scorpion moving his way into enemy territory as Noah has been rooted. Knocked up, bubble goes wide, forces the barrier out. Now has the culling to try to, you know, get some of the damage back, but this has only put him further down in the overall trade.
Nice steal from Isma, gets that red buff right under Lince's nose as well. And there's nothing that Lince can do about it. It does cost his AD carry barrier, but hey, worthwhile trade if from Isma's perspective.
it does mean that Karzi's able to kind of hold on to the wave here in a decent spot though. So, I mean, reset going to come through for Giant X, working up towards that Essence Reaver. But you definitely want to be making those cullings work for you in this matchup in the bottom lane, especially because you want to try and come out with a large lead so you can play hyper-aggressive on the mid wave just after the 12-minute mark. But at the moment, we're actually seeing that lane swap that Vitality have been doing thus far every game, but it's actually Giant X who are the ones initiating it here.
They seem like want to get the Olaf out of this lane matchup. Going for an early... Actually, I say that. He went for an early Hex Drinker, then they swapped it bot.
Some of the math not mathing very well, but Nako being this far ahead, I understand wanting to avoid. Karzi's certainly not going to have a lot of kill pressure here. A lot of natural sustain should generally be enough.
Nako 100% has kill pressure here, by the way.
Oh, here in this one, yes.
It's because he's level 9 versus level 6 and no barrier. But yeah, no, he's going back to top lane. Yeah, I think that's smart. I think Nako playing in this matchup, honestly, should feel pretty comfy. I think that this swap from GX, I actually don't love at all.
No.
Also a pretty big window where you know Noah still doesn't have barrier. So if Jun wanders out of lane for even a moment, Nako can play really aggressive. And you see the second they spot Akali there on the top side, Jun immediately cancels his recall.
Yeah, they want to try and keep this matchup going, I guess, to put more pressure down on the Akali, but...
It's also put more pressure on Linces, right? Because Isma is getting to invade and steal away the Krugs.
Very true.
But can they actually make anything happen towards Nako? Because if it's just to steal away Krugs, I think Nako is fine, where it's Lot who's really starting to fall behind here.
Yeah, Lot losing out. At least one tower plate, 2 tower plates here. Forcing the ulti as well is devastating. And Olaf as a champion, obviously, once he gets ahead in the right, or against the right kind of compositions, can really do a ton of work. But at this stage of the game, he's a little bit of an NPC position right now. Just has to pick up what farm he can. Really can't find the 1v1s that he would love to have.
I mean, I do love the hexagon of vision. Okay, the wood just wore off, but we did get a lovely hexagon.
I like how you're
built.
trying so hard.
Yeah, I know, but
you're
trying to draw.
It curves my line.
That's a circle.
It does that because it doesn't trust us to draw a circle, Betty. I don't know if you've ever seen what it looks like when you don't have the auto adjust. It's not great. Oh, we've hit a pause.
We have.
Which is good, because I think we were enjoying the slower pace of game, and now we can continue to talk about whether or not he got Dragon during that first player, and perhaps slightly earlier.
We can move past that. We can move past that. We can move on
So, of course,
swiftly.
GX have initiated the pause. We'll give you more details, although, to be honest, friends, 9 times out of 10, the details appear at the bottom of your screen as well. So have a break, have a Kit Kat.
So let's recap the state of the game. Both AD carries are even in farm, and they are pretty much dead even in gold. Very slight advantage for Karzi. Mid lane has advantage because Twisted Fate
is Twisted Fate.
He cheats. He literally
just cheats money into the game.
Yeah. The surprising gap is Isma versus Linces, where Isma is 25 CS up, but it's only resulted in about a 200 gold lead. So if you're a Vitality fan, you should feel pretty happy because your Akali is now 800 gold ahead. Working towards that Gunblade itemization, which once he gets that will have a huge amount of kill threat.
Of course, GX, we've confirmed now, just a player reporting a peripheral issue, so presumably going to get resolved quickly very often. Just swap out. All players have backup peripherals here on site in case something goes wrong. So hopefully just going to be something as simple as a swap. We'll get more information if it's more complicated than that. And a game about to resume on our screen, so we'll be getting you in there post-haste. And as you said, Betty, things looking okay for Vitality. A lead for Nako. But people who were here for the previous game in the series might be wary to get excited about a lead for Vitality. Because, folks, spoiler alert, the entire series has been Vitality dominating, much more convincingly than this even, in the early stages, and then just not being able to convert it into a destroyed Nexus.
One of the things, though, is Giant X... Oh, hang on.
Hold that thought. Again, sure, can flip going a little bit wide here, but Lot, of course, used the ulti in the bot lane earlier. Doesn't have it here. They're just going to run him down. Another kill going in their favor. Another kill donated to Nako.
Hey, it's a nice job by Vitality to pick off top lane, as I was about to say Giant X are getting the dragon stacking. So 2 dragons already to their name. So while it is nice to get Nako ahead, I'm less convinced this Akali is going to 1v9 everything. So if Giant X can continue to stack and then start to play off of this Anivia and Lucian, I think they're in an okay spot.
So Akali is the one champion I probably have the most knowledge of out of every champion in the game. No, actually, I know more about Akali than I do about Nocturne.
What about Katarina, actually?
That's because Nocturne is a very simple champion.
If you've read his kit,
you pretty much
know
get to go.
90% of the champion.
The one thing people don't know about Nocturne is that his Q gives you AD, and they're like, oh, yeah, that's why he hits hard. But yeah, so the thing about Akali is like when she's this fed, she basically just becomes exceptionally good at doing what she's supposed to do, which is kill one specific thing, right? The question then comes with who is the most important target to kill. But on top of that, the bigger consequence for GX is the fact that Lot is just very far behind. So his kill threat is low, while Nagnakos is very high. Now there is a fight for Crab.
Is his ulti going a little bit wide here as Carzzy is going to dedicate the feathers. More vulnerable. Knockup going to be responded to with the tidal wave. Linsis now trying to spin his way out of safety as Noah wants to finish the kill. But nice backstep from Noah means Fleshy also forced to flash out. Carzzy flashing away as well. So the power of the Akali, well, it can't help them if the Akali's not there. As now they're going to find empowerment. One more auto.
The TF is coming.
TF on the way. TP on the way. Gold card there onto Isma. The initial stun. Not really seeing any follow-up here, so Humanoid just going to take up home in bottom lane. Neither side getting too much on that one.
Noah played that fight really well. Like, stepped away from the initial engage from Linsis, also with Jun using that tidal wave, and then the backstep on the grand entrance coming through from Fleshy as well. So really well orchestrated and kind of kept himself safe so Ginex could chase down members of Vitality there.
Gentlemen, Protoplasm Harness is an item.
Yes,
it is an item that in the early game, I think makes champions just so tanky that Vitality were witnessing, like, we just don't have the damage, bro. And I think this is going to be one of the biggest problems. Obviously, like, the value of this item kind of, I wouldn't say falls off, but it becomes easier to deal with.
Sure.
As the
Early
game goes
game,
on,
it's
right?
the biggest spike. If you're getting it second, if you're getting it third, it's not
because it is
big.
just HP, right? And obviously, when you do more damage, obviously, the more HP you have, it matters less. Those resistances become super, super important. But he'll work towards those resistances next. Now, the value of the swap here for Vitality is that they just keep the pressure onto Lot, which has very much been the game plan for Vitality. That backline threat that he is supposed to be in the later game just doesn't exist right now. Meanwhile, Naknako has completed his Gunblade sub 15 minutes, which is incredibly fast to have this finished along with the Sork shoes as well. So Vitality are successfully accelerating this game, and they're doing a really good job of punishing this Olaf. They just need to keep it up, basically, and they need to keep the pace of the game going like this. The biggest downside is that they have no dragons. So GX can leverage the fact that they can stall the game out, knowing that the threat of a soul is not on the horizon.
Yeah. But there is a really solid composition for Vitality with this Wukong, with the Rakan engaged to maybe leverage or set up Knock-Knocko for success in one of these fights. And it's really just difficult for Lot now because he is a liability to the team. Wherever he goes, Carzzy follows with a couple people backing him up, gets a ton of plates because you can see the CS actually not in favor of Carzzy. Still, he has an 800 gold lead despite not having any kills. That's all plates he's been able to grab, just harassing this Olaf under tower. Yeah. Or in this case, in the top lane where no tower remains. CC immune is Lot. Ghost popped as well. Very close to still having the damage as the ulti fades. One more auto. Linsis able to grab that one.
Yeah, they just continue to bully Lot in this top side. Ginex going to try and respond towards Naknako in the bottom lane. This one might be a little bit more difficult, though. They're trying to bring in reinforcements, but Noah, but a bit away still.
Jun on the way. Knock-Knocko surviving would be devastating here. Dash on the first cast, the ultimate can just dash out. Ulti is going to catch Humanoid and manage to pull him back. They will at least get one. Knock-Knocko not in a position to follow up here as Noah will grab the kill.
He did debate seeing if his ultimate would execute Isma. He wisely recognized that he did not have the damage needed. The Herald does get secured on the other side, but Humanoid TP'd in with the intention of helping his AD carry, his top laner, ends up giving a kill over, but now Knock-Knocko in a bit of danger.
Bubble does connect, Colin body blocked by Fleshy. Siege pressure is there for GX, but they're not knocking down this tower. In the meantime, the Rift Herald has gone down. Carzzy's been able to push out the top wave, so it still feels like the overall play favoring the side of Vitality.
Also, Carzzy got 2 plates solo on that top end as well, so nice little bit of input of gold to the AD carry as well. So yeah, I mean, Ginex set up for the dragon, and it's reset time for Knock-Knocko. Can TP in.
No ulti though.
Wukong is on top side. Like, this is just perfect timing for GX. Their dragon control has been immaculate. On the respawn, they have secured it. 16.5 minutes, 3 dragons down. That is crazy control coming through from Isma. And now this puts a lot more pressure onto Vitality especially. The only bad news is like, well, okay, there's a bit of propaganda around Kentet Drake. Like, I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. I think
you just
the
don't
Soul,
feel the difference.
Yes.
In the same way.
But that durability against an Akali, I mean, I think, you know,
Also,
it's going to make
for
that...
a team with an Olaf,
yeah.
Like, as far behind as Law is, if he hits 2 items, like, yeah, Knock Knock is going to be able to do a lark, but he might just be able to run down Humanoid, run down Carzzy, and certainly Chemtech Soul makes that pretty effortless.
It's also like, when I look at fights, it can be difficult for Vitality to just get in on top of people. Like, you've got Isma who's able to body block, you've got Jackie's wall, you've got the tidal wave from Jun as well, and a lot of these champions have to just kind of run at you. And it's a little bit more obvious as to where they're coming from, apart from Humanoid, who can at least TP. But I still think in this like 4v4, they have a decent chance here at Giant X.
Good damage on the Fletchy. No relentless pursuit over the wall. Keep that chip damage coming. GX trying to take control of mid lane. Again, despite the 3 Drake advantage, are still 3,500 gold down. Most of that is on Knock Knock, though. No one else has that major item completion finished to really make that gold lead felt in a more meaningful way, but Knock Knock moves up. Knocks down Crystalline Overgrowth, gets a little bit more damage down on that top lane tower.
There's a potential collapse on mid, though. Humanoid resetting, has teleport to come in mid, and Nako is in behind Noah, so I think Giant X rightfully backing away here, not wanting to overforce that mid lane tower.
Nako is level 14. The only person that's going to be on pace with him is Jackie's, who is 2 stacks away from his upgraded Rod of Ages. Okay, Herald used in mids.
Tidal Wave, hoping maybe just to catch out Lensis here. Follow-up engage comes in from Fleshy, only able to catch the clone with the ultimate. Vitality make it out, but ultimately the Herald got to crash. The tower took a chunk of damage, and both sides just spent a lot of ultimates.
Giant X looking to see if they can make a pick off the back of it, but good ultimate from Linces kind of keeps him at bay. Now the TP from Humanoid, though.
Yeah, moving in. Nice bubble to stop more. Knockup is there onto Isma. Protoplasm Heart is finally going to proc there. He walks away, starting to heal up a little bit more. Protobelt with the gold card. Lockdown no, and Vitality will just break open mid lane. Crucially got Isma and Jun's flashes, which will both be down for Baron or the next Drake.
Okay, I mean, 4K gold lead. Similar situation to Game 2. Vitality have been able to take advantage of the leads that they were built in lane to really open up the map. Now they should turn their attention to this last outer tower on the bot side. But Dragon, 2 minutes away, is something that they have to be super deliberate about. They really need to focus on being ready to contest GX, because handing over Soul just gives GX another window to bounce back in this game.
Definitely does. Across the board, item completion for Carzzy as he's only further extended his gold lead. The IE as well, although Noah presumably once he back, so he'll be able to grab an IE of his own. To really knock Nako. Has gone for a bit of bits and pieces here as he stops off on his build to grab the Cursed Orb, get a bit of healing reduction, deal with Lot.
I do think this lane assignment in the next couple of seconds, though, will tell us a lot of what Giant X are thinking, because they put Lot mid. I was meant to say, if they send Noah top, chances are they're just looking to trade for Dragon in a minute and a half for that top outer turret, but it looks like they still want to try and commit to some sort of play in and around the Drake rather than just looking to trade, right?
Gold card from the brush, most of that damage mitigated with tier 2 boots here. The Merc Tread's empowered. No one really in position to follow up as Jackie's really ready to trade back. Well, observers got me. They showed us down there. I was like, it's about to happen. Someone's going to show it. But the big thing is Humanoid, he's the guy that shows up on the side lane. I don't think he can start those plays by himself. Yeah,
it does mean, though, you get to push in this bot wave, potentially take that outer turret, and then reset and try and open up with a nice little bit of gold into the hand of Jackie's, right? So at least ahead of a Dragon, every little Dragon like this, every bit of gold is going to matter.
Certainly will.
There we go.
Humanoid working towards that rapid fire cannon, but won't have it in time for the fight, I do believe. Topside Crab, briefly the focus for Linces, as you can see that Jun, despite being flashless, has enough information to kind of move into enemy territory, ward up the Vitality bottom side jungle. They have some lane wards, they have some interesting flank wards potentially on the side of Vitality, as well as access to TF's ultimate, but not really the best vision in the pit.
There's a good ward as well, as I said, just off to the side of the red. if it's not cleared out. Might be spotted by Humanoid here. There could be a good TP ward, but Humanoid walked past it actually.
TP now coming in. Lot joining the line. Wanted to take as much time as possible. Not afraid to commit the TP for this one.
Building up the tension here is GX on the precipice with match point.
Jackie's potentially the one who's been caught out. Full committal here. Bubble going to stop the play somewhat. Jackie's flash now forced back. 2 men caught out. And in the meantime, Lot running through trying to zone away cards. He does it quite successfully. It's Humanoid who drops down. That's 2 members down on the side of Vitality. They have not been able to leverage Knock Knocko's lead yet, but in he goes now, trying to make the difference. Spinning into this fight, but Knock Knocko's stunned for so damn long. Finally lands on the Shuriken flip. Isma taking a step back. Ignite ticking. The shield coming in just in time.
Massive engage coming through from Vitality, picking their moment as multiple members of Giant X step too close to the wall, funneled themselves in, and good damage means that at least for the moment, Vitality get to hold on. TP gonna respond to the bottom side though.
That fight was very odd. Vitality, they see Jackie's isolated and they commit a lot. That's 2 ultimates used initially. Kazi doesn't quite pull back the feathers, and then Isma responds with a good ult of his own. Now, 2 members of Vitality die right off the start of the fight, but we have to go back to live because the Dragon started off.
Knock Knocko with his TP advantage tries to make the fast play by TPing to the bot lane. Vitality in the pit already and looking to force the fight in their favor. Knock Knocko ready to take over already. Egg form burned. Jackie's down. GX too eager to try and contest, to try to hope that they could maybe steal away this Drake, and it costs them so much. The Soul denied a 6K lead for Vitality.
That could be Baron as well. Your mid laner and your supporter down. Vitality could immediately turn over towards the objective, and I mean basically rinse and repeat.
Great target focus there from Fleshy. The way in which he isolated Jackie's, knew that he had no flash from the previous fight, and they were able to lock him down with the damage from Kazi, meant that with a big damage dealer gone, the rest of the fight became very easy for Vitality to play. Now the goal is keep Isma away from the pit. That's a 2-man Baron that's being started off right now. They try to keep him away from a potential smite steal.
Gonna be hard for him to get in. Mega Blast Cone there does get autoed. 8K, Baron going to fall. Multi-man lock up his nose, hoping to get a kill back, but the Baron already down. Vitality really get everything they could want in this last exchange. The bot side fight now into the Baron.
I mean, you can see it here, just Vitality, they're able to collapse quicker. You got the TP coming through to get in towards base. The blast going over the wall, catching Giant X out completely, and Fleshy just jumping on towards the Anivia means there's not really anyone left to deal the damage.
Great target focus, great reset back out onto the map. Vitality looking very confident, very clean here in Game 3. They've got a very healthy gold lead right now. They just need to be able to convert this into a win to keep this series alive. And control and patience is the most important thing, as GX will steal the crab. But yeah, I think that Vitality just got a little too overconfident in the previous game. They over-aggressed and they got punished for it. So they need to demonstrate that discipline here in Game 3 to bring us to a Game 4.
That they do, and good patience and discipline around the Baron to deny Isma access as now they try to leverage the buff to its fullest. The composition relatively short range without Humanoid in the area. He's making his home in mid lane. Lot with no ulti isn't too much of a threat yet. We're seeing some recalls as GX want to threaten at least a little bit.
Yeah, with the Anivia there, it becomes very hard to really threaten these turrets. Even with the Baron, you can see Jackie's always has that opportunity to try and wall off. Humanoid has the rapid fire cannon, so once that rapid fire cannon is up, you can threaten more, but once it's not available, it becomes very difficult.
Follow pretty hard as well, right?
Yeah.
Karzi is your only other really ranged source of damage. Anyone else has to be willing to dive a tower if you're looking for that angle. Isma just continues to chase here. Linsis on the way in. All team going wide. Definitely not what you want to see. CC, the chain, very good there. One more cooldown, and they might have been able to burn through Isma's health bar, but the rest of GX was in the area, so they didn't want to overcommit.
Ambitious ult, I would say. Yeah. But hey, if he found something, could have been a big play. The problem is there's nothing really on the map to play for right now. It's just a matter of Vitality trying to get the most out of this Baron as they can. Knock Knocko with this split push for the time being should put some good damage down on that top tower. Could this be the window that GX is looking for?
Knock Knocko continuing to pressure the clone though, body blocking so much of the damage, also getting a little bit of a knock up onto Noah just to ensure Linsis' escape, while Humanoid and Knock Knocko really making the most of what's not a 1-3-1, it's actually a 1-1-3, but it's functioning anyway.
But that's the thing, you're up against this Olaf that's super far behind, and there's no way he can try and hold on to both these lanes. So Giant X all in on the bottom play, get nothing, and lose a lot more elsewhere.
GX still on Soul Point, so there is still that possibility.
It's really hard, though.
Yeah.
This game is a 4v5, unfortunately. Lot is simply too far behind. And while I know a lot of people watch that T1 KT series, there's no Seraphine here to ult across a group of people at like 50 HP and turn a fight. It's just, it's not that easy. Lot can't sit in lane comfortably pretty much against anyone. And it's only getting worse.
Nako also hurts.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, Nami, not that good at peeling off an Akali.
Oh.
Yeah.
You get one shot. You gotta throw a tidal wave down, and then she hits the ground and kills you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
if she doesn't have flash, you can't just use flash.
Yeah, and then that doesn't take into account who Humanoid decides to target. Now, the story of this series has been Humanoid first, what, 25, 30 minutes? Good. Last 10, 15, not good.
Not good.
He has been getting caught out in some really important positions, and he has struggled to have the same impact.
I think the good news about this game is he plays a very much of a supporting role in the context of the game. So him dying doesn't immediately preclude a lost team fight in kind of the way that it did in the Annie game when he did have such a massive lead. Is now we see some posturing around mid lane. Yet another gold card's going to connect. It's going to be a little bit more of an engage as now Linces has got things kicked off. Flashback from Noah. Humanoid gold card ready to go. Lot now getting involved in the fight, just running face first into Humanoid. Might be able to get something back here, but it's not. Nako on the flank. Moving in, hoping to find an angle to get the Shuriken flip. Ulti's still there. Perfect information for Vitality. They managed to take down Jun. No hope of escape.
Great collapse from Vitality. Giant X were hoping they could find someone a little bit separated, but once again, they hold themselves strong. Vitality use the TF ult to spot wherever it is. But the collapse, pick off members.
Yeah, the gold gap is just a little too big at this point, because the idea is quite nice from GX. Force the fight in the middle lane while Vitality is separated, as Dagda was highlighting, ahead of the dragon. You know, so don't do that posturing around the river, don't do it, just catch them off guard. And so I love the idea from GX, but the problem is just the moment they went in, Vitality just swung right back. And you'll see it in the start of this play. GX look for an opportunity, they think they've caught Humanoid out, and just watch the Wukong flash engage, force the flash out from Noah. They're immediately on the retreat, and even though Lot does put some pressure down onto Humanoid, it's not enough. Instead, what happens is the gold card will come through. Nice angle from Humanoid, connects the stun, and with that, they have the damage to find the pick they need to win out the fight and get themselves their second dragon of the game.
It's just so difficult for GX to play these fights. If they're not incredibly clean, if they don't find that perfect engage, then, I mean, Lot really struggles. And of course, the value of multiple rapid fire cannon gold cards just makes it so impossible not to get picked off.
Yeah, and I think it was a risk taking this Olaf in draft. We kind of talked about it, that it was preemptive, thinking that there might be some sort of range top lane, or you're going to try and flex this TF around the map. But unfortunately, that gamble didn't pay off, and now Lot kind of paying his dues as Giant X set up in the mid lane. They see Kali on bot side, so they will just get the turret here. But it's a case of how much do Vitality want to let them continue to push here, or do they just want to start trading for outer turrets?
Well, Nako is pushing deep on the bot side. They've got Linces wanting to clear through the jungle. I wonder if he's got enough for the Death Stance. Looks like he's relatively close. But with the Baron alive, GX now have to be super careful, because one bad fight will result in that objective falling. The good news for GX is that they have a lot of wave clear, and the siege from Vitality isn't the strongest with the number of melees that they do have. But I guess now the rapid fire, I mean, he's had it for a while now, of course, but the rapid fire will definitely help with that from Humanoid as he...
What about forward? Forces his own flash.
He also ulted to get in that position.
On the wrong side of the wall. Ulti now coming out from Fleshy. Ulti denied by the ulti in the meantime. Nako isolated upside. Linces going into the backside. Nako can't quite get into the fight yet, and now the Olaf is just starting to run through! He's able to stay in melee range finally for the first time in the game, so the ulti just keeps going!
I'm sorry, what did I just watch? That was a Twisted Fate ultimate into Rocket Belt flash. Nako tried to flank while Wukong... That was one of the worst executed team fights I think I've seen. That was egregiously bad. And they've just handed GX the Baron on a silver platter. So watch, he ulties, he's gonna Rocket Belt, flash. So now his flash is gone. He then walks back up where he then gets walled off. Okay, so he's isolated from his team. Then the Rakan engage fails, and then Wukong goes in by himself. Who is he engaging with? Nako cannot follow that, and then Lot says, okay, I guess I'll just run down the flash this TF. That was so poorly coordinated from Vitality. GX happily take that and the Baron.
No, you get your revenge.
I mean, I just want to hear Vitality's comms after that, because I'm shocked. That was miserable.
I like to think that every time Lot fights on Olaf, he makes that sound. I like to think that's what every Olaf player does when they push ult. Gentlemen, it's happening again.
I'm so angry.
Yeah.
I know.
I can hear it in your voice. It's not even disappointed dad. You're like,
what was that? Like, what was that? There was no logic there.
Yeah.
Humanoid was just... I don't even know what he was doing. Normally, I try my best to give the perspective of the pros, but I genuinely am baffled by what
But they have just caused Vitality the series. Like, straight up, like, now Giant X, they get to push in. They're starting to take these turrets. They have pressure elsewhere. At least Naknako trying to keep something alive by getting this top turret.
We'll have to see. Job certainly not done yet from the side of GX, but faith and Vitality was shaky coming into this game. It started to come back, and now it's, I think, once again, feeling a little bit shaky.
So, but the other advantage GX have gained is now, with that extra injection of gold, they're in a much better position to contest this Dragon. Really, the gold lead only sits there and exists on Naknako. The AD carry atomization is fairly similar. Twisted Fate ult is going to come through. The Dragon's still 40 seconds away.
Yeah. They tried to make a pick as Giant X were leaving, and it didn't work at all, again. And now Giant X, I mean, I don't know how much gold they're sitting on, but may need to try and reset, but like, this is so messy.
The good news for Vitality is that the game isn't over yet. All GX has done is they've reset, and they still have a pretty healthy gold lead. Nako is still massive on the top side. Bringing him into the fight, Vitality should still have ways to force fights, find engages, and again, with the advantage that they have, it should still be their favored, but they've just made it much easier for GX to come back into this game.
That they have. And fighting to this choke against the Anivia is going to be really tricky. You can then see that's why Carzzy and Fleshy are trying to get control of this mid-wave.
It's so difficult to actually contest. They have to walk through this choke point against an Anivia.
All be there. 4K getting lower. Lens is now getting involved in the fight. They're hoping to pick off Isma to stop the Soul from getting stolen away. But now Lodge is starting to rampage through. Carzzy pulls the feather back just in time. But Fleshy's been split away from the rest of the team. Isma still standing. 1,400 health on the Dragon. But they managed to pull Naknako back. The patience on the Zhonya's. And now they will turn back. They already got the Baron. And now GX will get the Soul.
The target selection was awful. Linces jumps onto Isma, and it's both Carzzy and Fleshy who try to go onto the Olaf in the back line. Like, they're immediately separated. And at that stage, Naknako just sends it, hope for the best, but Giant X, they get the Soul.
That is a Soul for GX, and I think Isma played that fight fantastically. The amount of pressure that Jackis creates, look at what Isma's doing here. He gets focused up, but then he locks up both the Akali and the Wukong, drags them into the Nami ultimate, forcing Naknako to immediately Zhonya's. The Akali just doesn't get to play. Beautiful target focus from him. Very well played fight. And again, it's this jungle mid duo with their backs against the wall. They are clutching things up in these fights for GX.
It's crazy to watch, right? The glow up that we kind of wanted to see. We weren't certain when we saw them fail against a lot of top teams in the regular season if they were going to be able to deliver in this way. But 3 games now, back-to-back, Vitality have had control, and GX have found a way, with a bit of assistance, to come back into these games. And once they've been given that control, they've played so phenomenally with it.
Absolutely. And right now, they're in a position to fight for that top 4. It was discredited in the previous split, but they are silencing the doubters. And they are just waiting for Vitality to make these mistakes, and they are punishing them aptly. Now, they still have to close out this game. They do have the Soul. Elder and Baron are spawning, well, Baron much sooner than that of the Elder, but Vitality now very much, you can just feel the momentum. You can really feel how Vitality, they can recognize this game is very much slipped away from them.
That they can. And a reminder, this GX lineup has been together for years, but because they've never made it deep enough in the playoffs to play best of 5s, I think this is their 4th, 5th best of 5. The only one that they've won before this is against BDS. It was a 3-0. And now we'll see, turn through Humanoid. Ulti is going to be exchanged, however, on the bottom side.
But that ulti relieves so much pressure from Giant X, because now you don't have to worry about Humanoid having pushed in bot, suddenly collapsing onto you mid or in that top lane. So It gives Giant X a little bit more opportunity to keep these waves pushed in and looking at that Baron in 45 seconds. That's mostly what they're trying to do, keep Vitality in their base, so they again have to try and fight through these choke points.
Great vision coverage on the top side of the map from GX. Very much the goal to suffocate Vitality out. Our observers highlighting for us what Vitality can see on the map, and what a stark contrast to it was only 10 minutes ago. That top inhibitor was down. Vitality was fully in GX's topside jungle, but now it is GX with all of this map pressure, with the Soul at their back as well. They are poised and primed to secure this objective. And remember, Anivia plus Skarner alone is enough to secure the Baron. Noah and Jun can act as gatekeepers, while Lot is looking for anyone caught out of position to maybe put some threat onto that carry.
And if GX go quickly, they won't even have access to the Destiny on the side of Vitality to give them the necessary vision information that they need. However, the cooldown very rapidly approaching as a wall into the mid lane. Carzzy now caught out, stunned there, knocked back into the wall, still able to lay a lot of damage down. Excellent use of the ulti, pull back. Now it is Isma who is in trouble. Stun, immediate Mikhail's going to come through to keep him safe.
He's just so tanky. He's just way too tanky. 50% of his HP, but he remains alive. And now they turn their attention back towards the Baron. Only the culling was used. 3 ultimates still available, but they got both Xayah and Rakan's ultis out.
Yeah, that's the thing. It makes this fight so much harder for Carzzy to try and play, and now that's what Giant X are hoping that they can turn on. Jun has that ultimate to try and set things up, but Flash nearly there for Carzzy. That's what Vitality are trying to hold on for.
Knock go. A long flank. The Honey Fruit giving an extra shield. Looks like Lot did spot him. Lot isolating him. Perfect vision information coming in from the side of Vitality. GX debating if they want to stick around. Lot getting lower and lower. GX don't really have an angle of attack. Lot needs to back away. Taking his time in the 1v1. Isma now coming over the wall. Looking for a little bit more. Burns down Lot. Crucially, Vitality playing along. Extended fight is paying off. Noah going a little bit too far. Getting locked up and taken down as Carzzy is now unstoppable. GX overcommitting.
I think they just should turn their attention to the Baron, but they want more kills.
Humanoid not able to portable through the wall. Flashed in from Flashy. Oh my god, Flashy, excuse me, but it is a flashy play. Jackie's going to fall as well. Vitality felt like they almost threw it away, but just as quickly brought it back.
They're now TPing. They want to try and catch Isma as well. Spot him there. Can they finish him off? Should be able to do so. And then turn over towards the Baron.
Wait, can they just end the game? I think they should try and end the game.
I don't know if
the
they have
death
a
times are
wave.
still very long. They've just got to stop Isma. They have a wave in the top lane. They're looking to secure that inhibitor.
18
Carzzy
seconds
with the
on
grubs
Noah.
as well.
13 on Lot. He will have access to ultimate. Carzzy, no flash, does have an ultimate of his own. Knock go here as well. No, there's no way. Vitality must just end it here.
Oh my god, they're actually going to try and do this.
Isma desperately trying to escape. Lot empowered by the Chemtech. Holding the line for now.
Which means they get no Baron
Isma's
either.
still alive. Noah does a lot of damage. Vitality, if they die here. If Vitality die here, they might just... Oh my gosh.
Lot can TP to cut them off if they really want to, but they're just going to try and chase them out.
45 seconds until Elder.
Oh, that goal, yeah.
Isma already moving down. Lot spotted him, shuriken flip utilized. Empowered blast cone.
I mean, where's Isma? What happened to him? Oh, he just walked off.
He's just there, he walked off.
Okay, so the play itself, it's pretty much just a 1v1 between Lot and Knock-Knocko. Knock-Knocko has more than enough damage. He's level 20 on the Akali. He gets a bit of assistance from Fleshy, but it doesn't really matter. He commits the ultimate at the very end. He pops the Ignite as well. The lifesteal just can't come through because he can't actually target the Akali. And he gets 420 gold just to add insult to injury. Then Noah, I mean, he tries to make a hero play onto Humanoid, realizing, okay, this situation is dire. He finds it, but now the resets have come through. TP is being invested by Lot. He's regrouping with his team. Everyone back out onto the map as Elder now hits the Rift.
No flash on the Wukong, on the Rakan, on the Xayah. Carzzy caught, big chunk of damage. They're immediately going to try and follow up. The feathers fly and are pulled back just as quickly, but there's no follow-up onto Noah. Decent damage there as Linces tries to find his way to the back line, but once again, Knock-Knocko is locked up in the Shroud. The culling doing its best to cut him down. It fades away, and down goes Knock-Knocko.
The bubble from Jun caught Knock-Knocko, which held him in place long enough for GX to deal with. Now Vitality trying to make a call. Elder is gone, but can we finish off the Baron before they come across?
It takes so long to finish it. They have 4 Drakes. It's just so tanky. They don't want to respond. They think they're just going to concede the Baron. The trade is there.
What is this game? I mean, the thing about that fight is it's just a front to back. GX love a front to back. They really want to play that style. That choke point specifically now twice has been the undoing of Vitality. It's so difficult to approach an Anivia when she gets to control that space. And then Isma's target focus, he's deathless this game, but his impact has been so massive. So again, this choke point makes it so difficult for Vitality approach. The use of the wall from Jackie's isolates Kazi, he gets locked up, he then has to commit his ultimate very early, and then all of Vitality have to peel for Kazi, protect Kazi, protect Kazi. This then makes it hard for Naknako because the rest of GX turn their attention onto him, but the Wukong has already fallen. So it ends up being a 2-for-1, the Elder gets secured, now Vitality have to stall, they have to wait. They have to avoid fighting this Elder Dragon at all costs.
What a game.
Yeah.
My God. This is real? Wait, I shouldn't pinch you. I have to pinch myself. Yeah, pinching you doesn't help if I'm dreaming. I have to pinch myself. I understand. That was dumb. Here we are. GX down 6,000 gold, at least for the next 90 seconds, in control of this game. Barreling through the top lane. It'll take a bit of time because the supers are there. Waiting, desperate for that inhibitor to respond, but it will be back up. Not too long now, although about 3-4 more waves there.
What damage can Naknako do? I mean, on the Akali, he's going to be pretty slow.
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything like the Lich Bane. It looks like they're just going to concede that inhibitor because, I mean, you can't fight the Elder. That is how you lose. Instead, they'll just have to accept that this inhibitor is gone. It is just a trade 1-for-1. But I think for GX, you just have to keep pushing. You have to force something onto Vitality. You want that fight at all costs. The Elder is the win condition right now.
It's so hard to get towards the turrets, right? You're into a Baron, so you have to try and clear it out, and Vitality get enough time to just clear out these waves. It's one of the specialties of Xayah. It's making it hard for Giants to keep these things alive.
Colin going out, just a bit of chip damage. Dash forward from Noah, a little bit risky, honestly, but Humanoid wasn't ready with the gold card, and now GX retreating, knowing that they can't push too far forward, but they've been clearing so many waves. Eventually, mid should push in their favor.
But now they have to deal with mid and bots. That's the thing.
17 seconds, though. I think Vitality can just kind of walk them home. Just see, are you all going to recall together?
It's very risky against Anivia. This could be a repeat of what happened in Game 2. If they overforce, it's very dangerous.
They're just taking them on a walk. We're all going on a nice walk together as GX hoping to find that crucial wall, Humanoid hoping to find that all-important gold card.
Just back away. No one going to be able to finish off? No.
Yeah.
Well, it should be fine, yeah.
No, I respect that he backed up. I think this is
a sensible choice.
Is it a pick, though?
Oh, that's... This is a little bit bold.
All right,
10 seconds on the Baron. That will fade away. And we're even Steven.
Yeah, so the gold at this point really doesn't matter. Just look at the items. Lot now completing. Why have I forgotten the name of it? The Maw of Malmortius.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the... So it's 5 items, 6 items. Yeah, I mean, everyone's pretty much at full build. Kazi is completely full build with the QSS being finished on Noah. So Akali's job... So both Akali and Olaf, their job only gets harder this late into the game because AD carries are just, they're basically walking gods, right, with the amount of damage that they're able to do.
They do not need any more ego, bro.
But I mean, like, in the late game, they just do so much damage, right? Like, it's with 6 items plus the boots. He has an exhaust as well. If Lot just full sends it, he's just gonna die.
But it's the Frost God who's actually been making the big difference for Giant X. And Nivea has consistently been finding Karzi and making sure they can play the fight the way he wants to. Now, has Flash, has ult, which makes it a little bit easier, but still, I think like Jackie's has been doing a really good job of focusing Karzi in so many of these fights.
And that's the thing, right? It becomes less about the top laners like it was before, and now it becomes a lot about these mid laners. If Humanoid finds the stun on the right person, if Jackie's can find a good wall, these plays can be the difference maker that will shift the outcome of the fight.
And I gotta say, when the pressure is on, Karzi's been playing really well. 7-0 for this game is Isma. You know, backing away there. But 7-0-4, right, he has been a massive damage threat, has survived all of the attempted Olaf dives that Lot has thrown this way, and does feel like with the tools that he has, the exhaust, the ulti, the QSS, the Mikhails that can come in as well, he is really set up to take over these fights, kind of if he can play his game. The Anivia, still very scary.
3 super minions in that top side that the Akali has to deal with. So Giant X use that time to get the reset, get their final item complete on towards Noah, and also on towards Jackie's, and now start to walk it out once again.
Is this 4th Baron and 2nd Elder?
Yeah.
I've lost count.
First
it's
Elder.
3rd Baron.
This is second Elder. Is in
Oh,
a
sorry,
minute.
he's spawning.
Second
Yes,
Elder,
yeah.
yeah. And this will be, wait, is this 4th or 5th Baron?
This is either the 3rd or 4th Baron,
Third
isn't
or
it?
4th Baron?
I don't know. I don't know, bro.
We're 46 minutes into the game,
I
man.
don't know if we're going to get a chance. As Noah now dashing forward. Carzy.
Oh, flash through. He's clean with it. Noah barely able to make it out alive. So much burn there, but it's Fleshy who will go down.
Oh. Wow, Noah actually got the last hit onto Fleshy. Now they have the numbers advantage. It's 4v5.
Snack Nako in behind them, though, and so much was used to get the pick on towards the support. But Nako backing away. He doesn't want to try and commit.
But Noah still has the GA.
Is that how this game ends?
That's how this game ends. The push into the mid lane. Nako desperate to find the flank. But the core of GX is here in the mid lane. Vitality 0-5, hoping for redemption, hoping to force Silver Scrapes, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen because now it's Lot looking for a bit of revenge, making the difference in the face of a god 80 carry. It did not matter when he didn't have any resources left. Nako, not enough. The early advantages fade to nothing. The regular season fades to nothing. GX dismantle Vitality and bring home the clean sweep to move into top 4 in the LEC.
I am mind blown that GX 3-0'd Vitality. This Vitality roster went 0-6 in the playoffs, and GX, they held strong. They punished the mistakes, and they walk away with a clean 3. Oh, okay, they walked away with a 3-0. They walked away with a 3-0.
Clean record, games.
Clean record, yeah.
Not so much.
Of course, your player of the series, Isma, Jackie's, Noah, you know, credit across the board. The mid-jungle duo, you told me that they were the ones who stepped up. I was skeptical, but I saw it here in those clutch moments. Jackie's across all 3 games, Isma especially in that final game. Skarner was doing a ton of work.
Very impressive from the Giant X turnaround. So many moments, it looked like Vitality were going to get the better of them, but patience. And look, whatever about Vitality side, Giant X were ready to turn those games around, and when they got the lead, there was not mistakes coming through. Like from Giant X, that is a massive, massive upgrade from the conversations we had about them previously.
Absolutely.
I am thoroughly impressed, but we do have to say goodbye to Vitality. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated, and I think for themselves, going to be heartbroken about it. A first place finish in the regular season into immediate goodbye from playoffs.
Yeah, it's and also big congratulations to Jun. He did, with that victory, reach 100 wins in the LEC. So congratulations, what a way to do it as well. It's such a strange conversation to be having right now because it felt like that in both Game 2 and Game 3, Vitality should have won those games. We should be looking, to me, what feels like a 5-game series. But it is GX that walk away the victors. So you've listened to us yap enough. Let's hear what the desk has to say over in PGL.
I'm speechless, actually. 3-0. 3-0, Jackies. Congratulations. Not saying that I doubted you or anything,
Oh,
but...
I did.
But you did.
I did.
But no,
Big
but not
time.
3-0, honestly.
Okay.
How do you reflect on what happened?
I mean, into the series, we went like, that is going to be bloody. I mean, playing as Vitality is always bloody, and honestly, this split, we are also kind of bloody sometimes, so I did not expect a 3-0 either. Like, let's be honest, I expected legit even to go into Game 5. But yeah, I mean, today I think they were not clicking that good, and we clicked better, so we just win.
How did you feel like the prep was? Because yesterday, Na'Vi was in a similar situation to you guys, where they just didn't play for a month straight. But you guys came in today, and you were so clutch. And this is one of those things that usually goes away with the fact that you're away from stage, but you guys were just locked in. It was insane.
For real.
I mean, I don't know, not playing here for like, I don't know, someone counted 42 days, I think.
42 days, that's what we have.
42 days.
I mean, there wasn't like much preparation about it. I think we just did our normal thing, honestly. And I think maybe it's the fact that we are losing every scrim now.
Oh, again.
Usually we win and then we lose, but now we're losing every scrim and we are winning here. So
there you go.
I mean, I said like last split that I need to int every scrim and we will win, and it's.
Oh, that's true. It's on mic check. I remember it.
It's coming through.
Yeah, keep on running it, man. That's
I'm
working for you.
I'm doing my best.
Honestly. Can we talk about those early games, though?
Oh. I mean, early games. I think Vitality, to be fair, is a really strong team in early game, and it's low-key lately been one of our weakness. So I think they caught us off guard a bit, but we also knew that's kind of what we are going into, and I mean, sadly for them, they are the throwers in a way, but we knew we can always come back.
I mean, that's when losing scrims come in clutch, because you guys are, for most of the games, I think all 3 games, you're down maybe 5K at minute 20. So when you're losing so much in scrims, that's your comfort zone.
True.
Yeah.
Playing from behind must become so easy.
Yeah, was part of the plan.
How are comms, how was communication, or how are the vibes rather when, because it's realistically it's super hard to come back, especially when you have like the Anivia and stuff, and it feels like they need to end into you guys for most of the time. But I felt like your execution in teamfight was very, very clean, and it felt like quite comfortable for you guys, even though you were at such a deficit.
I mean, honestly, in game we did not really see the gold lead, right? But I think the only game I was kind of worried was game 2, because I think for the rest of the games, and even the game 2, they always had drafts that run into us, and we are drafting to receive. And so we kind of knew like that they need to, like in these comps, they need to play really well, even if they're ahead, because if they do one mistake and we somehow come back, I think it's unfightable for them in a way. And kind of I feel like these 3 games, it was these drafts, and we kind of never, like, I didn't really feel that behind, to be fair, game 1, game 3. I felt like we are always good in the game. Game 2, I knew we are like finished, but other than that, I think we just, stayed strong.
Yeah, how were the vibes in-game actually? Because we got some sound bites from Lot, especially, who was really vocal. No, but listen, like
when you play Olaf, you lose your mind.
You have to go psycho? Okay.
Because he was barking, he was making a lot of sound every time he was throwing an axe and going in. He was 3K gold down individually that game, but he was having so much fun.
I mean, for Lot, to be fair for Lot, I think with his comms too, I think he 1v9 kind of at the game too, because I think he was the big reason for our comeback, but... okay. Game 3, I think, like, when we picked Olaf, we kind of realized that too late they will go Akali, and that matchup is like, I can see it's very hard. Good. So when he was finally going in, he was really happy to be useful,
For the first time ever, he gets to play his champion.
I don't know if you heard the comms when he killed the Zaya, but out of nowhere he started screaming like the happiest guy in the world. Zaya is dead! So, must have been a pretty boring game for him, and then when he got into fights, he got excited.
You were doubting a bit.
Oh, to be honest, let's be real, Olaf got carried, So I was doubting the Olaf pick since all the way to the end, but I was doubting you guys for this whole series because I didn't really expect this of ability to come back, I don't know, it just the clutchness was just extremely impressive because, especially when I think of you and Isma, I felt like there were multiple times over the course of last year or even earlier in LEC Versus where you guys weren't really, let's say it straight good, because you guys weren't really clutch. But now I feel like slowly with time, you and Isma are rising up to the occasion to be this core that actually clutches the games more often than not. So what kind of has changed in confidence or maybe in team play, or is it something that you guys did behind the scenes to get to this sort of level? Because right now, if I have to put money on someone from GX to carry games, late game, no matter the gold advantage or deficit, it's you and Isma.
He's the Kia player of the series, actually. So praise for your junglers, I guess.
Isma is MVP.
Yeah.
I think the series he was the GOAT, honestly.
That scanner was unkillable.
He was so OP. He was saying it the whole game too. He was like saying, I'm so OP. But I think to answer your question, I think we worked a lot. Like we are here together for like, 6 splits now, right? I think the big part about it was like emotions, I think, in game. I think we couldn't really hold our emotions if we went behind. I think Isma and me, to be fair, especially, as you say. But now we are for sure way more calm in games. Like we see our win conditions in a way more like strict in a way. So like we know what to play for, and then the clutchness or playing good just comes with it, in my opinion. So like we know what to do, not based on our emotions. Does that make sense? We just like play the game.
It does. So, yeah, it's a lot more rational. And it's
more rational.
Black and white.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the week, we've established a lot of demons that a lot of teams have. And when it comes to GX, we've talked about the fact that you guys are the forever gatekeepers. I know you're trying to break out of that mold. We put up mental blockers as well. Did you feel like there was a mental block at any point during the season? The fact that you kept on winning against the weaker team, losing against the stronger teams. Did you feel anything special going up against the stronger teams, actually, knowing that usually this is when the hurdle comes?
I can see the forever gatekeepers, but mental blockers I can see in the past, for sure. Like before, even now I was, 16-2 against Humanoid or something?
You got him in the end.
It was a bit in my head, I will not lie.
It's the first series you win against him, ever.
Yeah, and that's the one that matters, right?
Yeah.
GG. But I think we are losing the mental block for sure. I mean, to be fair, if we don't lose the mental block after 2 years playing together, then there is an issue. So I'm glad we got past it. I think legit every single player had one, and we kind of are going through it, which, I mean, it was like, I mean, everyone knows it, right? It was like, let's say our bot lane against Fnatic. Like, there was a mental block. Me against, I guess, this guy was a mental block. So I don't know the rest, but I think those are the two biggest ones, and I think we got past it, so yeah.
But here's the thing. Now you're back-to-back top 4. For the first time in the org's history, you guys make... Last split, it was the first time top 4. Now it's top 4 again. Do you feel like this is one of those factors that finally makes you be able to, let's say, dream bigger, I guess, given that it's such a new feeling?
I mean, for sure, yes, right? Before we were talking about, like, the things that didn't matter, right? Oh, we are winning scrims, we feel like a top 3 team, like with them, or top 4. But we didn't really prove it, so now for sure, like, we can actually... Because I think in LEC there's like a big gap, everyone knows it, right? Top 3, top 4 is just like hanging around, and then it's like the thing. So I think to contest to the top 3 teams, you kind of need to play them more and more, and yeah, sometimes you will lose, sometimes you will win, but now we are at this spot where we actually start playing them more and more in playoffs and in the game that matters, and I think that's where we can finally like improve the best, right? So. Yeah.
Talking about one of the top teams, you're about to face off against one of them tomorrow. Casey, Yike believed in you, actually. When we talked to him yesterday, he said GX is going to win. They're going to be the ones we're going to face off against on Monday. And, well, here you are. And we know how this one ended up last time. So how do you make sure that it was not just, I don't know, mystery that you beat them in Madrid and you're going to be able to make that happen again?
I mean, honestly, I feel like KC are kind of similar to Vitality. Like, they are also, like, I feel like the full fist fight team. I don't feel like they are, like, doing anything special. They just click way better than everyone, and that's how they win. And I think in Madrid, it was like, yeah, again, it was actually similar to the series. We were behind every game, and then we win a fight, and we win the game. So it was legit similar to this, and I expect the same, and now it's going to be a best of 5. So, again, I feel like anything can happen in the series. 3-0 both sides, or a 3-2, or a 3-1. I mean, that's usually how it goes, but...
If there's anything for you that you need to look out for tomorrow, what do you think it is?
I don't know. Maybe Kana picking another random champion in League of Legends. So.
The usual. It's always top lane.
Yeah, always.
What is one matchup that you want to look out for tomorrow in tomorrow's series? There's a lot of interesting ones, but yeah.
Honestly, Isma and Yike.
Yeah?
I feel like Isma, for the first time in a really long time, I think he has an advantage over Yike. Even though we've been building Yike and I felt like Yike was improving and he was facilitating his team a lot more, Isma is just at a different level right now. I feel like he's just putting on his carry pants, he's carrying this guy, he's carrying everyone on GX. Hey, I glazed him earlier, but he said it himself, Isma is the GOAT right now. And I am really excited to see this matchup tomorrow because I want to see Isma against, as Jackie said, a top 3 or a top 4 team, because this is the opportunity for GX to just lock in and do another miracle.
Why do you think your jungler is better than Yike? Or is going to be more impactful than Yike tomorrow, rather?
I mean, Yike is my best friend, right? Like one
is
of
he?
the... I mean, we are good friends, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not the best one. The best one I just beat on ADC, sadly, but... I think Isma is just like really smart about the game. Like really smart about jungle, and honestly, he keeps flexing that he's the fastest clearer in the game. So honestly, I think he can surprise him in that and somehow outsmart him in the jungle, because I feel like they are very similar in a way. Like, yeah, so it's just gonna come out to, I don't know.
Who clears faster?
Just who clears faster is gonna win.
Who takes the best notes, let's say.
That's
Who takes the best notes, yeah.
Jackie, thank you so much for joining us today.
You.
Congrats again on taking down Vitality and doing it so clean. We'll see you tomorrow against KC.
Thank you.
And that's all for us here for now on this side of the LEC stage. LCS will be live later today at 10 p.m. CEST. Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. So if you want to get more League of Legends, you know where to go. Until then, take care, hydrate. It's really warm in Europe, and be nice to each other. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Don't translate this can go into mic check, I'll make it easier for you guys.
Flash caution. Abri to flash. That's fine. Good. I have Ramadan now. Doing strong, by the way.
This game is so fun. I like it actually.
Get there. Go to guys. Nice. Pentakill for Daddy. Just. You for this game, please. Good job, guys. I have combo free. I'll fight.
Slow fight.
The difference is going.
Okay, holy.
Hook in 3. Let's go more.
Ja.
Are you okay, Zil?
Yeah.
Okay, no, yes.
Nice, holy.
Check out.
Aura bomb.
Don't die, don't die.
He's not dying, bro. He's not dying. It's Linz has aura.
Azil, Azil, Boris. Java no HP days, Java no IQ.
Guys, if you don't LeBron James,
He cannot take it. Kill him, go about. Nice, good job, guys. Sorry, Boroli. No worries, man. You kill him. Nice.
we got a TF2. We got TF, he should die here.
Nice, good job.
I'll best TP.
I can look already.
Let me know flash. Lucian is dead.
All of them, yeah. All of them.
All of them. Are we killing this?
Go now, go now. Click back, let's see. I'm okay. That is it!
Wait. Help him.
He cannot TP, he cannot.
Good job, guys.
There is no